global stocktake is a stark reminder of the reality we face, a rapidly closing window of opportunity to secure a livable and sustainable future for all.
COP28 is our chance to urgently change the direction of travel using the global stocktake as our roadmap. We need to bring the whole of society on this journey.
As first movers and leaders, we're working together to catalyze action towards the most impactful climate solutions.
But for us all to move faster, we need political leaders and policymakers to provide more policy incentives that implement zero emissions.
The future we are choosing is pollution-free and transforming all our systems that drive the real economy.
In fact, change is happening faster than we think.
We've seen exponential progress in clean energy technologies, and electric vehicles could account for 2/3 of car sales by 2030.
With over 12,500 members in the Race to Zero, businesses, investors, cities, regions, and others
are leading the way to halving emissions by 2030 and are already turning their climate pledges into plans.
We are on our way to actually deliver to the 6.5 billion euro investment goal into renewable energy.
The world will fail to achieve a just and green transition without sufficient, efficient, and fair flows of finance, particularly in developing countries.
And we must remember that in pursuit of a net zero resilient world, we should put people and nature first.
We, as business leaders, are aligning our advocacy with net zero goals.
And we're changing our business models. Of the world's largest 2,000 publicly listed companies, half have set 2050 net zero targets.
We as finance leaders are supporting governments to turbocharge the transition.
For example, sustainable bond issuance has totaled $109 billion so far in 2023, higher than full-year issuance in any other year on record.
私たちは都市や地域のリーダーとして地域の気候行動を実現する革新的な政策を実行しております。京都市は2030年民生部門
In my city, we have successfully adopted climate actions for almost 20 years. We have switched to 100% electricity from renewable sources for all of our operations.
We don't have time to wait. Later is too late.
We are ready to support ambitious policy incentives and work in collaboration with governments on national climate action plans due in 2025.
We are calling on you, political leaders,
for courageous leadership at COP28.
We haven't had these temperatures in 120,000 years.
Millions and millions of people need help when climate emergencies arise.
We have the solutions to solve these problems, but we have to do it together.
We're fighting, dark forces.
They are trying to kill us. It is not a joke.
What do you give your child when they can't breathe? You actually have to take action.
Action, not even ambition anymore.
Out of COP28, out of this next summit, we need governments to come forward, to work with each other.
Making sure that at COP we have a declaration on the full phase out of fossil energy. Because if we continue to burn fossil energy, we will not meet our goals.
Hello and welcome to the first day of live broadcasting from the COP28 Climate Hub, or should I say hubs? For the first time since we started our live broadcasts, we are now broadcasting from 2 locations simultaneously. We will deliver interviews, keynotes and panel talks from both the Blue Zone in Dubai and our main hub here in Stockholm, Sweden. And the reason we're broadcasting from Stockholm is that, well, from here, we can freely speak about the elephant in the room. And you'll be hearing more about this elephant about every day that we are live here and live. The focus of today and tomorrow, though, is the World Climate Action Summit. It's a convening of world leaders in Dubai with the goal of transforming vital climate decisions into climate action and tangible plans, building upon the previous COPs held last year and the years before. We also have a youth hub this year that will be covering sessions for people under 30, which you can also enjoy digitally. However, to set the stage for our broadcast, we have with us Ingmar Rentzhog, CEO and founder of We Don't Have Time. And we'll be starting by looking at his Pop the Cork campaign. It's a video he recorded with a lot of hope after coming back from New York Climate Week earlier this year, and then we'll have some reflections on what he expects from COP28.
Hello and welcome to We Don't Have Time headquarters here in Stockholm. My name is Ingmar Rentzhog. I'm the founder and CEO of We Don't Have Time. This is our main office in Stockholm, but we also have offices in Washington, D.C. and Nairobi. I'm just back from Climate Week in New York. It was a packed week with a lot of action, and I'm actually very hopeful after this week. And I'm going to show you why. One of the main reasons is that it's so many people fed up that we are not progressing more. It's a lot of people that are wondering why is not things moving in the right direction faster. And the conclusion for everything from business leader to the Californian governor, we're very outspoken. It's because there is a fossil fuel industry out there working against change. And for the first time, everyone are acknowledging this. So I will say the fossil fuel industry became toxic in mainstream businesses. And the reason why we must call that out is that they are not progressing enough for the climate. And in fact, they are working against progress. One thing they try us to believe is that we're not progressing. That is impossible to change. But that is not the truth. And I will now show you what I'm talking about. This is what you see here is a graph, it's a picture. It's kind of well done. It's shared throughout social media. Gets hundreds of thousands of likes and shares, etc. So if you look at this, people are getting very upset. It's a graph over the electricity production last year. And according to this graph, if you look at this very fast, renewables are only 14% of the total share. But this is not true, because this graph is actually deliberately lying to us. You also have hydroelectric, that is renewable, and for some reason it's not put together. So if you add renewables plus hydroelectric, you will be almost at 30%. And we also we need every energy there are out there in order to make it. So we also need fossil-free energy like nuclear. So if we add nuclear to it, we're actually at 38%. People don't know this. When I ask audiences about this, people are often answering about 10-14%. So we need to get people to know that things are moving in the right direction much faster. So in China, they're actually above the global average and are at 50% fossil-free electricity production. And that's a fantastic milestone, because once you have hit 50%, fossil fuel is never going to get back. And other things are moving so fast in the right direction. Solar and wind, electricity, visual, they're all growing very rapidly. This is last year's figures. This year, you have exponential, it's more than exponential growth. You don't want to be a car manufacturer producing old fossil fuel cars, do you? And for the very first time, investment in solar is actually more than investment in oil. So the investment are also going in the right direction. And this is incredibly good news as well. More and more countries, in fact 15 countries, have already decoupled. They are growing their economy and their emissions are going down. United Kingdom, France, Germany, Sweden, United States, and some others. And I'm not talking about emission within their own borders. I'm talking about emission including the consumption. So if you consume from another country, that will be included in the statistics. So this is very good news. We can do it. Not all countries are there already. If you see like China here, they are growing the GDP very, very fast, but they are also growing the emission, but not as fast. So we are moving in the right direction. It's just one big thing. We're doing it too slow. We need to speed up. but we're doing it, and that's the important difference. In order to solve the climate crisis and stay on around 1.5 degree, that is the safe limit, we need to halve the emission every decade. And we are nearing the point where we are flattening out the curve, but it's not enough. We need to cut it in half. So we need to push this further. So what are the world governments, what are the leaders doing about this? Are they helping? Are they speeding up change? No, completely not. They're doing the opposite, unfortunately. This is the problem. If you take UK, they're licensing hundreds of new oil and gas licenses. Right now, this summer, Canada, 12 billion offshore oil plan. Australia, 160 new coal, oil and gas. Norway, 19 billion investment in new extraction of oil. Sweden, we don't have oil, but what we are doing instead is that we're lowering the tax on fossil fuel, increasing the fossil fuel subsidies. And the subsidies are crazy because the more expensive fossil fuel becomes and the cheaper the green alternative becomes, the more subsidies are the governments paying. According to IMF, we're talking about $7 trillion per year. It's record high. And 7 trillion, that is 7% of the global economy. 7% are going to sponsor the very profitable fossil fuel industry, making their products cheaper. That's insane. So what are the US president doing about this? He said this before the election.
Number one, no more subsidies for fossil fuel industry, no more drilling on federal lands, no more drilling, including offshore, no ability for the oil industry to continue to drill, period. Ends.
But unfortunately, the outcome is that the Biden administration, the first 2 years, has approved more oil and coal and gas compared to the Trump administration the first 2 years. So why is this happening? Is Joe Biden a climate criminal? No, he's not. It's just that the US president don't have enough power to go up against oil. So what he's doing instead is something brilliant. If you can't make oil lose, let the green side win instead. So he is funneling $1 trillion through the US Inflation Act, $1 trillion to the green solutions. So that oil will stay in the ground because it will not be profitable to pump it up. And this is what We Don't Time is all about. We are the world's largest climate solutions network, and we're helping everyone implementing and acting on the climate and all the solutions to win. That is our mission, and that is what we do. And the reason why I left New York with a very, very high hope was that for the very first time in those international climate meetings, there were no downplaying about the problem. And the problem is not that people don't know about this crisis. The problem is this thing here that I'm going to demonstrate with this champagne bottle. The problem is the cork. The more action that are growing, we're shaking this champagne bottle. Here is all the businesses, all the activists, all the people, and some very exceptional policymakers and politicians are actually doing the right thing. They are shaking this bottle. You've seen the exponential curves, etc. They are all in this bottle. But the more you shake this bottle, the harder the existing fossil fuel industry and all the vested interests of them are trying to resist. So this is something I talked to Johan Rockström, the famous climate scientist, and he said that for the very first time in many, many years, he has started, and all his colleagues are starting to receive so much climate denialism and hate. It wasn't there a couple of years ago, but now it's back. And that's the resistance we're talking about. We have some countries walking in the wrong direction, like UK, that are giving up on their climate targets, etc. That's the resistance that are forcing this cork back down. But the good news is that it's going to happen, because what we are doing and what you're doing at the conference you are right now is that you're shaking this bottle, and when you shake it enough, it pops. And once it pops, it's not going to get stopped. We're going to win this, and we need to fight it, and we need to do everything we can, and we need to do it together. So let's shake the champagne and win the race for our future. Thank you.
Fantastic. Such an inspiring video, Ingmar. So what needs to happen? What needs to be falling in place to make this really viral?
I mean, we don't need anything viral. We need climate action. So what I think we need is to start talking about the how. I mean, we have all those climate events where everyone are talking about the wish list, where the word we want, like the new regulation. We don't want oil, we don't want fossil fuel subsidies, we need climate justice, yada, yada, yada. And on the other hand, we also have all those alarms where you have like the world is going down, we have the doom scenario. But what we're missing is the how. How do we achieve that? How will we take us from here to the decision for phasing out fossil fuel, for instance? That's the real dialogue, the real conversation we need to have. And when we have that dialogue, we will pop the cork. But if we don't have the dialogue on how, we will just still talking about something we don't know how to achieve. So how is the most important question.
So Ingmar, what are your hopes for this COP? Will there be a lot of discussions about the how? What do you think about the outcome?
My hope for this COP is that we start talking about the elephant in the room. And I actually, it's not released yet, but I have I actually read the General Secretary speech he's going to have today, and it's actually about the elephant in the room. He has been outspoken before, so that's nothing new. But what we're going to see here is the narrative shifting. That the host country, they have tried to put that we need to phase out fossil fuel emission on the narrative, but that will not work because it's not emission that is the problem if the emission is not from the fossil. We need to take away the fossil. That's the root cause. And that's the narrative we're going to see happening. I mean, I know this. What I don't know is how good or bad the actual meeting will be. But if we can have, instead of talking about net zero in the year 2250 or something, we could start talking about on the year we need to have end date of fossil fuel. We are winning the narrative, and when you win the narrative, you win the war. And the war is for humanity's future. That is the war we need to win.
So none of the focus areas that have been presented ahead of the COP has really mentioned the elephant at all. Why do you think that is? Because it's sensitive. Because if you are really serious about phasing out fossil fuel, you're actually talking about phasing out a whole industry that is very powerful. And if you don't do it in a like a responsible way, you're also going to create a lot of injustice, and people are going to be hurt from it. So this is not easy. That's not what I say or anyone else say. But we need to have like a transition plan, and that is that we need to know what date is fossil fuel actually not allowed anymore, and we can have a transition plan going there. But the transition plan is very much how. How can we get the people on board? Not just people living in big cities in the rich countries, but in poor countries. How can they develop if they're not allowed to go through the old technology fossil fuel? And here lies the opportunity, because all technical shift in history has always been that you're jumping over skipping the thing that led to fossil fuel, that led to renewables, that led to society or being better. Instead, we can go directly from not having electricity at all to have clean electricity. And if we succeed with that, we can actually create a lot better world for all the people on this planet. But it will not be easy to transform doing the old things and suddenly do everything in a new way. But it's absolutely possible. So let's talk about how we can achieve this.
and what pace, and the pace needs to be fast.
Indeed, it does. So, staying with the how, what is the role for the different sectors of society? Let's say the NGOs, the businesses, and of course also the political leaders to address the elephant and the how.
I think, I mean, we need political leadership, we need regulation, we need countries agreeing on things, make it expensive to destroy the planet. It's not just only fossil fuel. We need also to save the nature and biodiversity and all that. And we make to funnel the money to the solution so it will be profitable to save the planet. But in order to that to happen, how can we achieve that? Just saying it will not lead to anything. Go to the street, yeah, maybe that could lead to something. But what we really need is all the other actors that have power, like businesses. How can they be part of this? What they do themselves are, of course, incredibly important. You need to walk the talk. But it's also important to use your leverage. If you're global companies like Apple, Google, and those companies, they have more power than countries. And we see now leaders stepping up. We see a lot of activities. We see, like we had the CEO of IKEA. They have 1 billion customers. It's a Swedish company. We have 10 million citizens, but the CEO of IKEA has 1 billion customers. Can he and that organization activate all the staff and all the employees to demand change, to talk about this, and to achieve it by walking the talk and have that to be shared and spread? Everyone needs to step up and show leadership, because what we're having here today is that we have a lack of leadership. We don't have a climate crisis, we don't have a planetary crisis, we have a leadership crisis, and that is addressable. So everyone needs to step up and show leadership, because that is lacking. So that's my advice. NGOs, business, and also people. If you're not a leader today, you can do something to become more of a leader. If you are a leader, you have a tremendous amount of power to change things.
So Ingmar, we have a youth hub during this COP that we're a part of organizing. What do you think is the role of the youth in this how, in this sort of stepping into the future with more decisiveness and more power?
We're going later today launch a big campaign that is getting today's youth voices, and we transform them with help of AI into their future self, talking to us from the future. And I can really recommend to watch that. It's futurevoices.info. You can already find it. And it's very simple, because it's like an emergency call from the future. If we don't act, that emergency call will be the reality. But if we act, when we act, that emergency call will just be a fiction. Let's not live the fiction. Let's solve the problem instead. So I think youth are extremely important, because it's their future. But it's not the youth that is going to solve this. We don't have time to have the youth grow up and take the power in the world. Because that will be too late. So we need to do it today. So we need to listen to the youth, but the action and the responsibility is not theirs.
Absolutely. And this is a really good segue to introduce our other guest here. Andreas Magnusson, please join us here in the sofa. Andreas Magnusson is a climate activist, a moderator, and also lecturer. And you have been early on part of the Fridays for Future movement. So it's wonderful to have you here, Andreas.
Thank you.
You're also one of the co-organizers of Climate Live Sweden, which is a big and powerful event organization. Andreas, your expectations for the COP, please share them with us.
So first of all, it's really great that you say expectations, because most journalists who interview me ask for my hopes, and I don't really have hopes anymore, since it is quite dark currently with the state of the world. So I have lots of expectations on COP. I want, we have one success yesterday, of course, with the Loss and Damage Fund. I want more funding in that fund, because that's what's needed in order to transform. But I also want the politicians and all the negotiators to obviously take this seriously now, and we just we'll get into that soon, but I want you to keep that expectations questions when we start talking about the Youth Hub, because I have something to share.
Fantastic. How about the elephant in the room? We have him here. He's fuzzy, but the real elephant is dirty and big and everywhere. So what is your take on talking about the elephant in the room, the fossil fuels?
Well, I think it's, first of all, really interesting that we haven't been able to address the elephant in the room over the 30 years that we have had the COP conferences. We've barely mentioned coal, we barely mentioned oil. We haven't mentioned oil in the treaties at all, which is fascinating in many, many ways, because how can we talk about this problem that is so big, that is so huge, that spans over everything without actually addressing the root causes of the problem? I don't understand that.
It's very difficult to understand, indeed it is. But now we are talking about it. And yesterday when the Sultan, the head of the COP, gave one of his opening speeches, he actually said that fossil fuels should be included. And what that meant, we will see. Included in the writing of the declaration, the final declaration, or included in... It's open for Ingmar. Did you hear it? Did you see it? It was like
I saw it, and maybe there's been so much criticism about having a COP.
Well, we don't know
in an oil country, and I've been one of the critics about it. But maybe they have done the biggest service to humanity, because by having the COP in an oil country, it's impossible to ignore the conversation about oil anymore. So and maybe they can do something that no one else has done. We will see.
Yeah.
We'll see. The jury is definitely still out there. So, Andreas, you are moderating the Youth Hub. Please tell us about the Youth Hub.
It's an incredible initiative, and I'm so honored to be a part of it, and have been asked to moderate it and host it and help out in coordinating it, because what We Don't Have Time has realized, and what many others are realizing now, is that we cannot talk about climate, we cannot talk about the future, we cannot talk about societal changes without actually involving everyone who's living in the society, and that of course includes youth. So having this Youth Hub, which we're going to have every day, it's a separate Zoom room which we're going to have with us over all the broadcasting days with We Don't Have Time, where youth is going to meet, network, talk. We're going to have our own speakers and sessions where we're going to learn about COP, about forestry, about the oceans, and then we will come back here into broadcast a few times each day and tell what we have been talking about. And I have... You asked me about the expectations, and we just kicked off the Youth Hub, and we asked what their expectations was, and I got some.
Oh, wonderful.
Some that I would like to share with you, actually. So Ahmed from Somalia, he's told us that his expectations today is to learn about the current status of COP, what is actually happening. And on the same topic, Antonio from Indonesia also said that he wants to learn more about COP and what it is, because there's also this, information and knowledge gap in understanding the COP conferences, in understanding the climate talks that we have every year, because they're so big and they're happening every year, but nothing really comes out of it, and we don't act upon it really. So we're going to watch the broadcast quite a lot today to get that overview, because we're going to talk more about COP and what is happening at the climate talks and so on. So we're going to learn about that. And the last person that I have to share from is Doreen from Kenya, who first said that she's really proud that we have this session, that we have the Youth Hub, and that we're going to be able to network and talk together about all of this. And then also said that we really need, and that she really wants action on the ground in Dubai at these talks this year, and that we really need now to come together globally, and that we need to address the elephant in the room, that we need to address what is actually happening, and we need to do it with passion, and we need to do it with love and understanding for what it is we're trying to, safeguard and take care of. And I think that was really beautifully put by her.
That was indeed beautiful.
Yeah.
So, Andreas, could you give us a brief overview of what is happening on the ground in Dubai? Are many youth activists going, or are they staying in their countries?
Yeah, well, I know from Sweden. I live in Sweden, here in Stockholm, and a few of my Fridays for Future colleagues, which I'm working closely with, of course, we have chosen not to go from Sweden because first of all, it is not our voices that are mostly needed at COP. It is the voices of those who are already impacted by the climate crisis severely, because they have their own stories of how they were impacted to share. They have knowledge that we do not have that is crucial in these climate talks, where the Western world has to learn how to adapt and live together with nature again. But I have lots of friends internationally who are there, who's going to do actions in the way that they can and have the ability to do so, that will closely, of course, watch these talks and make sure that they at least know that we want something else maybe than what we usually get out of it. Because these talks are so big, and there's so many lobbyists from the oil industry and from the fossil fuel industry at site, which makes it also really difficult, feel and have an understanding of that, these politicians and these negotiators and all of these NGOs actually take this seriously, due to it being full of lobbyists as well, wanting, to make sure that, but we keep the oil a little bit longer because, we need it because we have economical interests in it. So I'm really happy and I'm really glad and I'm really proud that I have so many friends who are there to stand up for what we have to stand up for.
Well, of course, it is important that you are there, but also that you're doing this youth hub. It's the digital world needs to reinforce the physical world in this aspect.
Yeah.
So, Ingmar, the youth aspect here again, we always bring it in our broadcasts. It's important. Have we been relying too much on, when the big Fridays for Future movement started, looking at the youth? Has that meant that some of the adults have stepped back? Or
Yes.
Yeah, that's my feeling too.
The youth have been crucial to get the world to realize, and especially the Fridays for Future movement, to get the world to realize that we are in a crisis. When I started We Don't Time together with my co-founder David Olson here, people didn't have that on the agenda. It was not a narrative. It was like you're an alarmist if you talked about the climate crisis. It's not that anyway, and nowadays. So that has really changed. And the reason why youth have played a crucial role there is that youth have the ability to talk to their parents about their future, regardless if you're conservative or leftish or something else. You need to listen to your youth. People listen to your youth. Presidents listen to your youth. Business leaders listen to the youth. And many had said that the reason why I'm now working in climate is because my children or the youth or etc. So they have really played a role there to shift the mindset and have people to understand that we are in a crisis. But it has also kind of been like an excuse for many grown-ups. Many people I talk to sometimes are kind of hoping, they're realizing that they are not doing enough. And they have given up. They're just going on with their life. And they think that, but the youth will fix this. It's so good to have so many youth involved. And yes, it's a lot of youth. It's so many amazing leaders that are so talented, that are stepping up. But youth are big. We have so many millions, billions of youth on this planet, and not every one of them are engaged in the climate, leading the climate. So we can't count on the youth to solve the problem that the grown-ups have caused.
It's also ignorance.
And now people in business school are getting a little bit confused when you have this a little bit youth movement or kind of going into more things than just climate. And that is many why are they doing that? I thought they were going to fix my problem. No, it's not a youth responsibility to fix your problem, or I'm a grown up, our problem. It's their responsibility to say that we have a problem.
Exactly.
But it's not their responsibility to fix it because they can't, because they don't have the power or time to do it.
I think that conversation or that talk also opens up for a new discussion around what leadership is. I read something yesterday, which I don't know where I read it, but it was actually talking about what is leadership? Is it when you are a CEO of a big oil company or an energy company of what sorts? Or is it when you are prime minister of a country? Or is it when you're actually doing what is uncomfortable, when you're standing up for something, when you're pushing the agenda, when you're pushing the conversation further? And in that sense, the youth who are working with climate, the youth that we have in our hub, they are the leaders.
Yeah.
And they are the real leaders as well.
But they don't have enough power, so I mean, the leaders that have the power needs to listen or step down.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Andreas and Ingmar, and this concludes the opening session here from Stockholm. And we're now going to hand over to our Dubai studio in the blue zone of COP28, where my dear colleague Nick Nuttall has some very interesting climate experts lined up. So over to you, Nick.
Thanks very much, Katarina, Ingmar, and Andreas. That was really great. I'm sitting here with my sunglasses on because I just want to prove I'm actually in Dubai. It's damn hot and it's damn bright. And actually seeing the monitor here is quite a challenge. But I will now remove the sunglasses and be more professional and say we've got some really fantastic guests here to talk a bit about what they feel needs to be done at this very crucial COP, which comes, as we know, just a month or so after the global stocktake. And the global stocktake was where governments basically looked at what they've actually achieved since the Paris Agreement of 2015. And it wasn't good news. And I think there were no surprises there for most people that, you know, we are not on track to halve emissions by 2030 and hit a net zero future in 2050. So on that basis, this COP has to sort of move with this reality that they have from the global stocktake. And let me introduce a first guest, a familiar guest, and a fantastic guest, and that's Sandrine Dixon de Clerve. She's co-president of the Club of Rome. I cannot read out her whole CV here because we'd be here to the end of the COP, but she divides her time between leading the Club of Rome, advising, lecturing, and facilitating difficult conversations on climate change, and she was recently recognized by Reuters as one of the 25 global female trailblazers, and by Green Biz as one of the 30 most influential women driving change in the low-carbon economy and promoting green business. I also have with me Johan Falk, another great guest that we have on regularly, who is the co-founder and CEO of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. They're a very formidable and very grateful partner with us. And if we're lucky, we may also get a gentleman called Alex Rafalovic, who's executive director of the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. But we've had heads of state here. It's created chaos in this so-called blue zone here, the diplomatic zone. We didn't even know we'd get anybody on this morning. So we're grateful to have the two people we have. And if Alex makes it, he'll just come on. So thinking about this COP, thinking about what has happened so far, and it's really at the early stages, for some people it was very exciting yesterday, which wasn't actually the kind of heads of state formal opening, as it were, but very exciting that something like $400 million was put into something called the Loss and Damage Fund. And I mean, the Loss and Damage Fund's been talked about for 30 years. And blow me, it was actually agreed last year at COP27. I never thought it would happen, honestly. But now there's some money in it. What's your take on that, Sandrine? Should we all be as excited as some people are, or what do you think?
So I think it shows that actually we can make progress at the COP, that also the presidency is trying to open on a positive note, which is incredibly important after the criticism that has been flowing in his direction over the last few weeks, including the last BBC report that just came out around his negotiations with oil and gas production countries and companies. Is 400 billion enough? I think it's not as much as many would have hoped, but it's a fantastic start.
400 million.
Yes, sorry, 400 million.
400 billion would be fantastic.
400 billion would
We'd be really pumping the air with that one.
400 million, absolutely. So coming back to the 400 million, is that enough? I think there's some criticism. But I think most importantly is we have to remember that we have been actually building up to this moment on loss and damage, starting at Glasgow. And, you know, this is also a tribute to Salim Huq, who from Bangladesh has been leading with the champions on a deal on loss and damage. So in that sense, there's a bit of beauty as well. There's a bit of humanity as well in this declaration. We all know, however, that the big discussion here, and you said it's hot here in Dubai, I would say it's heating up continuously on the fossil fuel front. And if we're going to leave as positive as we started yesterday, we have to have a deal on fossil fuel phase out.
Okay. Johan, I mean, you work a lot with business, right? And trying to move the needle in terms of corporate activity. Are you pleased that business is here with a very strong message on the phase out of fossil fuels? What's your take on this?
As Sandrine said, this COP has to really start the phase out of fossil fuels. That's incredibly important, and it's absolutely unacceptable that we still have actors in finance and governments continuing to invest in fossil fuels. It has to stop. And of course, business is incredibly important. So we are supporting a number of initiatives like the Fossil Fuel Treaty, like the Fossil to Clean campaign, but we're also working with our companies who are actively mapping and eliminating fossil fuels through the value chain. So it's incredibly important to send that message to the financial community, to governments, to regions. Fossil fuels, there will be an end.
And this isn't a small number, right? It's a large number of companies, big and small, but with a revenue of about $1 trillion. That's not peanuts, is it?
That's the basically exponential roadmap initiative that we are bringing together.
Yeah.
So the idea is to bring together the absolute leading transformers and disruptors with this same mission to halve emissions by 2030, and doing that through exponential climate action and solutions. But then, of course, work with the bigger community. If we can represent 1 trillion, we can work with the bigger networks representing 10x more, which influence the global economy, which is 100x more. So the idea is to go in the front line, show it is achievable, and it's also desirable to go in the front line. Yes.
Just before I come to Ingmar Rentzhog in our Stockholm studio, Sandrine, you were reflecting just before that this was exactly the kind of ignition that was done to actually get the Paris Agreement, which most people thought we would never get the Paris Agreement. Christiana Figueres has always said when she got the job there that there will be a global agreement to all nations, but not in my lifetime. But then it happened in 2015. So you wanted to mention that, but also something else. You got an ad, is it in the FT, I think?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got an ad in the FT here that you can see here. And you may remember this, Nick, because you and I were in Paris, having started when I was working for King Charles, actually, at that time, the Prince of Wales Corporate Leaders Group, and leading that effort.
Who's here today, of course.
Who is here today.
King Charles III. I need to say Richard III, but it's King Charles.
No, it's not Richard III. Listen, I think it's important to realize that the non-state actor community in Paris really shook things up. It is the moment where actually Christiana and Laurent and so many others realized that actually we needed to bring on board non-state actors. And we took out a similar ad. We Mean Business took out a similar ad, bringing together scientists and business and ensuring that actually a variety of different organizations would come together and say, enough, we need to shift towards a fossil fuel future. Fossil fuel free future, not fossil fuel future. And I think what's really important here is that this effort is now building on that. And that was a real clincher in terms of shifting the bar. Now, there is also the treaty, the non-proliferation treaty that is out there. I was speaking to the actual EU delegation yesterday that you may recall at the last COP and also at Glasgow were the ones that were pushing very hard for a phase-out deal and are continuing to push that. There will be the high ambition countries that will also continue to push on a phase-out deal. So as the heat goes up on the Sultan, I think we need to be really clear that we are all united and we cannot leave Dubai without a deal on a fossil fuel phase out.
Yeah, got you. Ingmar, can I bring Ingmar here from the Stockholm studio? And Ingmar, you've just been listening to the chat. Do you have any thoughts and reflections on what they said?
No, I mean, I totally agree. And we really need to to have this conversation, and not just conversation, we need to have it in the agreement. We need to phase out fossil fuel, and we need to achieve that. And it's so amazing that it's so many that are supporting it. I mean, it's the businesses, and we're talking about global businesses with over $1.5 trillion in turnover. So it's big business supporting ending fossil fuel. And it's the same business today that are depending on fossil fuel. They want to end it. That's a very strong signal. But it's not just the industry. It's so many people supporting the non-fossil fuel treaty and other initiatives. We're talking about like 100 Nobel laureates. We're talking about 3,000 scientists, 600,000 individuals. We're talking about religious leaders that are representing 1.5 billion people. And what's amazing with this, and both are good, but also something we need to work on, is that when you talk to like people outside the climate bubble, they don't know about this. They don't know that the support for ending fossil fuel are so big in so many areas. So I think that is a very big, something we need to achieve. We need to get this fact that there's so many people already supporting it to more, because when people realize that there's so many that support it, it will be a magnet, so it will grow. So I love that front page ad, and I want to see more of those. I think that's what we need now to actually get the global conversation around this, and that people see that we can do it.
Good. Ingmar, stay with us. Sandrine, you wanted to come back on that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wanted to come back on two key points, just to, again, put perspective into what we're talking about here. So we have to remember that fossil fuel companies are making daily profits right now around 2.8 billion, okay? Now, that is so much more than that 400 million we were just talking about on damage and loss. That's the first. The other is this shareholder value that has so increased, actually, the dependency on what we're now calling the carbon bombs, the fact that banks are not pulling out. We had some very clear prescriptive calls that came out of the past COPs that have said the banks need to pull out of their investments in fossil fuel industry. And because the profits have gone up so dramatically, we're seeing that actually most banks are not pulling out, but are cashing in. And this is a real problem. And the last point that I want to make on this is not to forget that the top shareholders of the 5 oil companies are the world's most dominant asset managers, BlackRock, Vanguard, and company. And that those big asset managers also have bought off most of the debt in developing countries. So we've got a double problem. The double whammy is, one, they're invested in oil and gas, and two, they're not going to cancel some of the debt of the countries that actually need to cancel that debt to be able to move towards a low carbon economy.
Yeah.
And that is a real issue.
Yeah. I'll come to you a second, Johan, but we've got our third guest with us, Alex Rafalovic, Executive Director of the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. Lovely to see you, Alex, and I know that we're going to have a lot of dialogue on this treaty during the 2 weeks that we're here. Quick question, Alex. Now, it was something that came to me this morning. I was reading something in Carbon Tracker, which is building on what Sandrine just said, because they brought out a report, I think, today, that says that these petro countries, states, that are, very closely connected, obviously, with fossil fuels. Their economies are being built on fossil fuels. That by 2040, they could see the demand for their fossil fuels coming down so much that they could be seeing a halving of their revenues and putting them at risk of their development goals. Now, is this something that's, again, not being internalized in the stock market prices of oil companies and blah, 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 blah? So over to you, Alex.
Absolutely. It looks like when we talk about the stock market, people are focused on the next quarter, right? And the next quarter's returns and can I make money right now? But if you're looking at the long-term projection of these markets, what we can see is that demand is going to peak in the next couple of years, and then it is going to decline. So any new project, if someone tries to sell you on a new project today, we're going to explore and we're going to find gas, or we're going to find oil, or we're going to find coal. That exploration will take you between 7 and 9 years. That's the average on that project. For those 7 and 9 years, what's happening? That company is claiming subsidies. They're claiming tax write-offs. They're claiming special exports, exploration subsidies. They're claiming every cost against no income. And so they're a cost to the state. And then in 9 years' time, when in theory they might be able to bring their product to market, there actually isn't going to be a market there. And what we're going to be left with is what the economists call a stranded asset, an asset that is no longer producing a return. But that's actually a physical thing. It's a real mine well spewing poison and toxins into the aquifer and into the local environment. So there's a real risk there, I think, of countries thinking that the short-term signal today that says oil extraction is worth this much, coal extraction is worth this much, is going to be aligned with the real economy in 5 or 10 years. And that, when you have a state that's built on receiving some of those oil rents, is a real risk to stability. And that's part of the reason that people calling for a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty see it as a part of a peace and stability plan. Because if we don't have an actual plan for managing the reduction in income from fossil fuels over the next 2 decades, we're going to see a huge amount of dysfunction and instability across many countries.
And we are seeing it. There was a report out just recently saying that it looks like China will be actually its emissions will be starting to decline in 2024, not least because in the last 18 months, solar, for example, her capacity has doubled, and China's one of the big players in this. So, I mean, threading these little webs and things like that, so you see the bigger picture is what it's all about. Johan, just come back. I know you want to say something.
Yeah, and we, from the business community, will actually accelerate the stranding. What we developed, the Green and Cash Guide, companies have billions and billions of companies in their bank. And we're actually supporting best practice on how to put pressure on your banks to ensure that your money in the banks isn't used in a bad way, basically to expand fossil fuels and deforestation. And it's been sort of a spot which hasn't been realized so far. But imagine if we get all the leading companies actually putting pressure on the banks, move out from the fossil industry. That's another force.
Can I make your point, but after that, you also had just think about the devil in the detail, right? So the devil is in the detail. You could imagine they could say, let's phase out fossil fuels now, we'll do it, but there's no deadline, there's no timetable. What about abated versus unabated? I don't know if the audience know what abated and unabated is, but it's capturing the stuff or not capturing the stuff. Anyway, whatever. So you make your point that you were just going to make, and then let's just explore that for a second.
So I want to come back to both the social impact and the environmental impact. So we have to remember where we are, right? So Johan Rockström and I have come together also commenting on the need to reform the COPs so that we take into consideration the science. The science tells us that we actually are seeing more fossil fuel emissions, even 110% more emissions coming from fossil fuel companies than we've ever seen leading into 2030. So we're actually going beyond, although I agree with you, China's doing a great job because of the Ukrainian invasion, because of the fact that actually the value to shareholders has gone up so exponentially in the last 5 years. We are seeing more investment and extraction than we've ever seen, and hence more emissions. Now, last Friday, we had the first day that we've ever seen past 2 degrees. This was a day. I agree we're not at 2 degrees globally for a longer period, but we are going to have more of those days. Those are the facts. From a social perspective, the other key fact is that while these multinational oil and gas companies are making exponential profits, they're doing it on the back of energy poverty. We have seen more energy poverty across the globe than we've ever seen. Consumers are paying more for their energy than they ever have. The inflationary impact has also had a double whammy, as had obviously access to food, etc. So we have to also take into consideration not just the costs of transitioning to the oil and gas companies, for God's sakes, but the costs that are lived right now by people across the globe while they sit there continuing to pollute and to also make profits.
Can I say something, Nick?
Yes,
Sorry
come in, Ingmar.
For interrupting. I wanted to amplify what Sandrine said before, and that we need finance to invest in the right thing and not sponsor the wrong thing. And I therefore would like to give one climate warning to BlackRock, because they are talking but they're not acting. Instead, they nominated Saudi Aramco Oil CEO to their own board just a couple of months after they closed the biggest deal with Saudi Aramco Oil ever for a Western investor. I mean, isn't that corruption? To start with, I'm totally amazed by it.
That's why it's called BlackRock. That's why it's called BlackRock, Ingmar. You know, coal, BlackRock, black oil, blah, blah, blah.
But I will also give a climate love, because we need to credit those that are doing the right thing. And I'm very proud to be Swedish, because Handelsbanken is the only bank in the world that are actively supporting the non-fossil fuel treaty. That's awesome.
A new bank.
It's not just about how the bank are investing. Handelsbanken is not investing in fossil fuel. That's good, but they also need to be very outspoken, and Handelsbanken take a lot of political risk to be the first bank joining fossil fuel treaty.
That's what Alex just commented on that. Yeah.
There's also been a second bank has just joined 2 weeks ago, Triodos Bank from Holland as well, joining, and Handelsbank being the first was, of course, paved the way. But it's very exciting to see banks in the sector saying, we also want certainty. We are going to be better served by an agreement that gives a direction, gives clear indication that actually investing in fossil fuels is contrary to international law, and therefore, you know, banks need to be getting out of that business.
But this is why we need the governments to have a good outcome here on phasing out fossil fuels, because, you know, Paris, everyone thought, right, we know the direction. But since then, the direction's gone meandering a bit around here. And then some businesses, like some banks, go, I don't know, you know, where's it all heading again? The certainty was a bit reduced after Paris. I mean, what does a good phase out of fossil fuel agreement look like at the end of this COP? What words do we need in this damn thing?
I think, first of all, we need clarity. We need to have the words in the agreement that we don't for the moment. We absolutely need to address abated versus unabated. I think that's incredibly important. Carbon capture, I mean, I actually, believe it or not, for my ills, was a consultant for OPEC and also for Saudi Aramco. I did some of their first sustainability trainings 15 years ago. And
it's okay, Sandrine.
I know. Well,
among friends.
Listen, but I did it as an environmental consultant with hope that we would also shift, and at that point we were shifting into cleaner fuels. Okay? Now, what was very interesting, that we made very clear statements around what the sulfur levels had to be in our fuel quality at the time, because there we were talking about pollutants, what benzene levels had to be, but we also put in place tax incentive structures that enabled cleaner fuels to be able to penetrate the market. It started in Scandinavia, it went gobusters across the globe, and Saudi Aramco wanted to do this first as well. And you know why? Because they realized that their own people were affected with bronchial issues, health issues, and high mortality rates. We have to do the same thing in terms of convincing those countries that a fossil fuel phase out is going to bring them something else.
Right.
And so part of doing that is first get the right text in, but make sure that we also make it clear what a just transition looks like.
Okay.
And so I think the text that needs to come out needs to be clearly about phasing out all fossil fuels. We can't limit it just to coal. And it needs about the life cycle of fossil fuels. It can't only be in the power sector. We need it, which is currently was the Glasgow language. We need to also consider the whole life cycle, the extraction, the transport, the use of it in energy and electricity and buildings and in transport itself. And then it needs to be linked to the equity language, and it needs to be a part of our vision for a just transition globally, where we resource that transition. So those would be a couple of the key elements I think we want to see in the outcome, and potentially, really ambitiously, some timelines. So it's not just some words on paper, but there's actually a metric that we can then hold people to.
Timelines within this century.
Yeah,
would be handy.
Within this decade, I think.
Within this decade, preferably, not this century.
Yeah. Johan.
I think it's also really important now to get a critical mass of companies. You know, thousands, hundreds of thousands of companies, not just setting net zero targets and halving targets, but actually focusing on complete phase out of fossil fuels through their value chains. And I think we just started that work. There are a number of leading companies doing that, but they need to be much more outspoken on the fossil fuels, and we need to get the volumes of companies doing that, because that will actually drive down the demand, but also accelerate demand on the climate solutions, which will shift out the fossil economy. So that is what is incredibly important, actually, to support the other actions.
So we've got 3 minutes. There are a couple of other things. So we're obviously all, I can't imagine why we wouldn't be behind the tripling of renewable energy by 2030 and the doubling of energy efficiency. The EU seems very keen on that. And I think what I read, China might also be very...
And the IA.
I think what's important, though, is that actually leads to a change in behavior. I worry that some of that support comes from them doing the sums and saying, we don't actually have to change. I mean, the point of getting an agreement is to actually change action and accelerate action.
So what you're saying is basically we might triple anyway by 2030, or near as damn it, so it's not much of a big change. Okay.
Or that the implication for what the EU has to do, they think, our contribution is already aligned with that, and I don't know if that would be true. So that's the bit of devil in the detail, but it's obviously an important signal.
I agree with Alex, and I think we really have to focus on demand. I mean, the supply side solutions have always been there, and yet most of the oil and gas companies that were investing in renewables have actually reduced their investments. It's also a bit of an excuse for not dealing with fossil fuels themselves. And I think that is the key. Absolutely, we need to triple renewables. Absolutely, we need to double demand, double energy efficiency and focus on demand. But that needs to go hand in glove with a deal on reducing our emissions directly and our burning of fossil fuel energy.
Okay. So we're going to have to come back to this closer to the end of the COP and see where we are. We've completely run out of time now. I've just been given all the signals from the team. We haven't even got to talk about global cooling pledges, but we won't go there. I wouldn't mind a few right now, just floating around this room.
We're all sitting here wiping away sweat.
So Sandrine, thank you very much indeed. Johan, fantastic. Alex, thank you very much indeed. Best of luck with all your work here this week, and let's reconvene a little bit towards the end and see where the devil we are.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Nick, and the team in Dubai for sharing your important insights. So, Ingmar, you've been part of the conversation. What would you see would be your key sort of findings from this talk this morning?
I think it's a great conversation. Unfortunately, when you listen to panels like this and also being part of the panels, is that it's not the panelists that are deciding. So that would be nice. That would be nice, Sandrine and the others for president. But what I think is a good learning is how the ozone crisis. We had a big crisis, environment crisis when I was a kid. And the world leaders came together and they banned freons, the chemical that were causing the damage of the ozone layer. They didn't say like this, let's triple up freon-free fridges first. Exactly. They didn't say that because we had leaders that took responsibility back then, because they know that as long as we're poisoning with the old technology, the new technology will not fix that problem. Of course, we can't, and everyone back then, they said like, but hey, we need to cool the food. We need those chemicals. But what happened was that we had actually some businesses Swedish company, Electrolux, that said like, no, we can produce fridges without this substance and we can do it fast. And they did. But they will never been able to launch that at scale if we didn't have the ban of the chemical.
Exactly. It's a very good anecdote.
So the time to end fossil fuel is now. Of course we're going to triple and much more the renewables, but as long as we're producing those old tech fridges, if you sort of see what I mean, we will not make it. So why should we invest in the old technology? Just, I mean, everyone will gain from swapping to the new technology, and all the investors will own confidence that this is the future if they have this ban on place.
Great metaphor. The sooner the better we get this done right. So let's finish off this session and move on to the next. Let's go to the next session, and I think we will have some nice videos in between here. Oil, gas, and coal are the root cause of the climate crisis. We know this. But despite this well-established scientific fact, the Paris Agreement does not reference fossil fuels once and has failed to constrain production. We also know this. As we are coming towards the end of what looks to be the hottest year ever recorded, governments in many countries are planning to increase oil production when science tells it needs to be drastically reduced. We will talk about this a lot in the COP28 Climate Hub over the next 2 weeks. How can we end fossil fuels? What would an agreement look like? And how can we, for a start, remove the billion-dollar subsidies that keep the industry going? It's therefore my great pleasure to introduce our first session with our partner, the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. In a few minutes, we will go to Dubai, where my colleague Nick Nuttall is ready to go live with some prominent guests. But we start with a message from Bill McKibben, a well-known American author, journalist, environmentalist, and activist. Bill McKibben has written extensively on the impact of global warming and is also a co-founder and senior advisor at 350.org. He is also a fossil fuel treaty champion and one of thousands of individuals from around the world who have endorsed the call for a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty. Bill has recorded this very important message for us. Let's watch it.
Hello there. This is Bill McKibben. We're at an absolutely critical moment. On the one hand, the temperature of the planet has broken through every barrier in 2023, and we're seeing in real time what climate change looks like. On the other hand, we're seeing remarkable advances in renewable energy to the point where we're installing solar and wind faster than we've ever seen before. What we need to allow any real hope is an end to fossil fuel expansion. We need to stop digging up those new reserves of coal and oil and gas so that we don't just add renewable energy to our mix so that we reduce dramatically the amount of fossil fuel that we're burning. That's why this non-proliferation treaty is so important, and it's why it's so powerful to see around the world people standing up to the export of fossil fuel. In the EU, in the US, in China now, it appears that domestic emissions are dropping. But the amount of oil and gas that we're drilling continues to go up, and that's because we're substituting the export of those fuels. We cannot do that any longer. That's why here in the US, we're fighting so hard against liquefied natural gas export, and it's why around the world people are signing up for this non-proliferation treaty. It couldn't be more important, the time for expanding fossil fuels has come to an end.
So thanks, Katerina, for your super intro, and thanks very much to Bill McKibben. What a powerful way to kick off this session. Welcome everyone back to Dubai, where I'm now joined in the studio by the Honourable Ralph Regenvanu. If I got that wrong, Minister, you must correct me. And he's the Minister of Foreign Affairs for the wonderful Pacific island of Vanuatu. And also, we're very delighted to have with us Zipporah Berman, Chair of the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. Welcome to you both. Minister, may I turn to you first? I think anybody that knows anything about climate change must know that the small islands, whether in the Pacific or the Caribbean or the Indian Ocean, are really vulnerable to climate change. And this is not stopping, is it? This is growing. Maybe in your words, so that the audience can really internalize it, that don't live in a small island. What are you seeing in terms of extreme weather events? Yeah, it'd be nice to hear from you on that.
Well, thank you. Yes, I come from the country of Vanuatu, which is a small archipelago in the Southwest Pacific. So one of the small island states. We have, of course, small island states throughout the Caribbean, Indian Oceans, Pacific Oceans. So the small island states have always been on the front line of climate change because we are so low-lying and so affected by sea level rise. But also, a country like Vanuatu, we've been rated by the United Nations University several years in a row, the country most at risk from natural disasters. And that's to do with not only every single kind of disaster, we're on the ring of fire, so we have all the geohazards, volcanoes, landslides, earthquakes, also all the climate change impacts, particularly increasing intensity and frequency of cyclones. Right now in my country, we're still recovering from a cyclone just a few weeks ago. It's been the third Category 4 cyclone this year, this calendar year. And this last cyclone that just came past came 10 days before the official start of the cyclone season. So we're seeing these catastrophic natural events happening much more frequently, they're much more intense. Not only that, rainfall events, extreme rainfall events. We now have El Nino, we're expecting extreme droughts. One of the reasons why we're labeled as most at risk is because we also we've just graduated from being a least developed country, an LDC. We're now a developing country. So while we suffer the brunt of the worst of the impacts of climate change, we are also some of the poorest countries in the world, least able to actually have the capacity to respond properly. And this is an outcome of colonialism. We were a victim of colonialism as well as now the climate crisis. Vanuatu contributes 0.0016% of global emissions, and yet we're getting the worst of the effects of climate change. So for us, this whole climate change issue is really an issue of justice. Why us, the most vulnerable in the world, the least able to afford to resist, but yet we are now in this situation. We have to come to COP.
We'll come to that in a second, but what I would say is, I'm told that you were been a member of Parliament since 2008, and you have in many ways set the bar for climate diplomacy, not only in the Pacific region, but internationally. And interestingly, Vanuatu is among a bloc of Pacific Island nations committed to spearhead a global fossil fuel phase-out effort. Tell us just a little bit briefly how that started, and I mean, my script says, and why. I can see why. I don't think I need to ask the why. But how did it start, this movement to the phase-out?
So Vanuatu has always been very frustrated by the whole COP UNFCCC process. We're not moving fast enough to deal with the source of greenhouse gas emissions, which is causing climate change. And we all know that it's fossil fuels. And yet, in successive COPs, we've never mentioned it. And Vanuatu and the small island states were the ones that put 1.5 degree target on the table back in Paris, talking about we need to phase out emissions to meet the target. And yet we've never talked about the production that causes the emissions. The production that causes the consumption, that facilitates the consumption that causes the emissions. And so we basically, in the last few years, have decided we need to take other options apart from UNFCCC. UNFCCC is not moving fast enough. And so we've taken two initiatives. One is to seek an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice.
I know about that, yes, very interesting. Yeah.
On the legal obligations of states as regards their obligations to future generations and the environment from the impacts of climate change. And the other new initiative, of course, is the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. And last year was the first time we sort of got into know about the treaty. And immediately we said, this is one of the solutions we need.
Yeah.
We've been waiting for someone to come up with an idea of how we can create international cooperation to deal with this issue because it's never been recognized. And if it is recognized, it's only on a state-by-state basis, you know, nationally determined contributions, very much like you do your thing. But what about a country like Vanuatu, which is on track to be 100% renewable electrification by 2030? So we're doing our part.
Yeah.
We have the very least emissions, but we're not causing the problem.
I've got you.
It's not us that have to change, it's the others.
Yeah.
And we have to do that through some sort of international agreement or cooperation.
So in mentioning the treaty, I think and the treaty is a good idea. I think it's worth going now straight to Zipporah Berman. You served as Canadian policy advisor on climate and energy issues, as well as an adjunct professor of environmental studies, and now you are the chair of the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. Can you tell the audience who may not have heard about this initiative, basically who you are, but what you're actually, more importantly, what are you trying to achieve with this treaty? What is the short-term, medium, long-term goal? Maybe we don't need a long-term goal because we don't have time, yeah? But what is, we need a short and a medium final goal, right? What are you trying to do here?
The Fossil Fuel Treaty is an initiative to really to complement the Paris Agreement. Because what I realized in the work that you mentioned over a period of years in Canada, you know, Canada is a huge oil producer, and I actually worked as an advisor to the Alberta government in the oil sands to try and develop climate policy. And what I realized at that moment was that every country that is producing fossil fuels knows that we need to use less, and we will use less as more climate policies come into play. But they all want to be the last barrel sold. And so even though we know we need to produce less fossil fuels and use less fossil fuels in order to fight climate change, we have a situation where we're currently on track to produce 110% more oil, gas, and coal between now and 2030 than we can ever use if we want to stay below 1.5 degrees. In fact, we already have enough on the surface of the planet.
Yeah, to fry the planet several times over. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so it was that work in Canada that made me realize that even if we had governments in place that believe in climate change and want to do the right thing, they think they're only responsible for reducing emissions and that it's okay that they just keep increasing production. But you know, what we build today is what we will use tomorrow. And that, I think, has been one of the core missing pieces in the last 30 years of climate negotiations, that we're not actually reaching agreements on production, on getting countries to cooperate to stop expansion and manage the wind down. And so that's what a treaty would do. A treaty would put in place rules and agreements between countries to stop the expansion of fossil fuel production and to manage the wind down. Because although we have these international agreements right now on who gets to pollute and how much, we don't have any agreements on who gets to produce and how much. And right now it's simply left out up to the marketplace, because the theory for 30 years on climate policy has been that if we reduce demand for fossil fuels through policies like zero emission vehicles and zero emission buildings, and we increase the price for carbon through a carbon tax, if renewable price goes down, which it has, then the marketplace will constrain supply. But it's not working. It hasn't worked in 30 years, and the emissions just keep going up. And it's in large part because the marketplace is completely distorted by fossil fuel subsidies. The IMF now says fossil fuel subsidies are reaching, what, $13 million a minute? And that's because of the power of the fossil fuel industry. And they have been distorting and weakening climate policy and climate agreements now for 30 years. And they have distorted this process, the COP process, to such an extent that even talking about phasing out fossil fuels and including that language here is so controversial. So we need a new agreement for countries to cooperate. And that's what the treaty would do. But it would also help, it would also create rules based on equity. Who gets to produce and how much? Well, that should be defined based on principles of equity and not just letting the market decide or OPEC decide.
Minister, you signed the treaty, and there are other countries that have signed the treaty as well. There are cities, there are businesses, organizations, and this sort of thing. I don't know what a critical mass looks like in terms of this treaty, but if a treaty did happen, that would be another form of legislation. Within the UN, they call it soft legislation. They say you can't do anything with it. But I know for a fact that from the Grantham Institute in London, we also had that wonderful Netherlands lady who works with Vanuatu, who did in the court of the court case, the UN ruling. I can't remember her name. There is growing legal action, in a sense, against what's happened. Could the treaty, the Non-Fossil Fuel Proliferation Treaty, or the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, sorry, it's quite a mouthful to say rather quickly.
We could just say Fossil Fuel Treaty, that will make it easier.
Could that form a form of legislation which would be an additional avenue for holding people account through the legal route? Is that possible? What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the many problems that we have with this process here at the UNFCCC started in large part decades ago because Saudi Arabia pushed to ensure that it wasn't a voting process, that it was a consensus-based process. When you have a consensus-based process with 190 countries, what you get is the lowest common denominator almost every time. And you can get countries who are major producers who stand to benefit and make billions in profits on more fossil fuel development at this critical moment in history, blocking action to reduce that production. And that's what we're seeing. And so what we have seen in studying now 6 other treaties, and there have been a number of treaties that have been designed and with a high bar so that they're binding, and those are by a group of countries that are first movers, that are a club of the willing, so to speak, and those treaties, if you look at the landmine treaty, for example, you can see that you can get very high level criteria, binding agreements, using tax agreements, using trade agreements, etc., and that will change the game. And if you look at a lot of those other treaties, what you find is that even though Russia or Canada or Saudi Arabia didn't necessarily, or US didn't necessarily sign those treaties have created a new social norm. They've created a bar in foreign policy debate that then those other countries begin to meet. And so we need high ambition. And that's why I think you need an agreement that is binding, an agreement that is developed by a coalition of the willing. And it can not only affect legislation by being binding in various ways that the lawyers and diplomats who are engaging in treaty are now designing, but it can also affect the markets. Imagine, for example, if some countries involved in the fossil fuel treaty said, we're making a decision. We're only going to buy the fossil fuels that we need right now during the transition from other countries who are also part of the fossil fuel treaty and are committing to stop expansion and start to wind down.
Right.
Because when you commit to the fossil fuel treaty or a just transition, you're not saying you're going to turn off the taps overnight. You're saying you're going to stop expansion and then wind it down. There's still some production and there's still some use as we increase electrification and renewables around the world. So who gets to benefit from that?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. That's a good point. I always have to check the little time as we go along, but we still have time. That's good. Minesto, I want to ask you about something. Somebody asked me to ask you about this, which is, tell us about the Port Villa Port Vila call for a just transition and how this relates to this fossil fuel story we're discussing. And yeah.
So it was at the last COP in Sharm el-Sheikh that Tuvalu and Vanuatu were some of these first mover countries saying, we commit to supporting this treaty.
Right.
We're asking other countries to come on board. There is no treaty as yet, but we commit to the idea of it, and we will be there being involved in the drafting. And that's what we're looking forward to happening very soon, because we're now seeing more and more countries, as well as, of course, all the city-states and provinces that have joined, but more and more nation-states now saying, yes, we support. And so we're looking forward to being part of that first mover group of countries that Zawara was talking about, who actually start to define what this treaty looks like.
Right.
We're very cognizant of the treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons. We were also one of the first signatories to that, and that came out of civil society as well, similar, and now it's come into force by the number of ratifications. The Port Vila call happened a few months after COP in March this year. It was attended by 6 Pacific Island countries, all talking about this, all talking about the need to call the name of fossil fuels, call it out, start talking about phasing out subsidies, and then in particular, starting to talk about a just transition for a region that is still heavily dependent on fossil fuels, the Pacific. How can we move to a fossil fuel-free Pacific? And what's the financial mechanisms we need? What are the legal instruments we need? What's the support we're going to need to do that? And so the Port Vila call came up with a number of statements. One was encouraging other countries to join and support the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. Another was to join up to the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance. So these are existing initiatives that are looking to move beyond fossil fuels. Talking about setting up an energy commissioner in the Pacific for the just transition. And I'm very glad that the Pacific Islands Forum just last month actually endorsed that. So we are going to see an energy commissioner established next year to help the Pacific region as a whole in that just transition towards a fossil fuel-free Pacific. Also the financial mechanisms we need, and also the legal instruments. And that is where the treaty comes in. So start working on these, international norms, these standards that we can then start to promote, especially in places like COP, right, where we are looking for, what are the standards for moving away from fossil fuels? The Pacific Island Small Island Developing States Group, which is called PSIDS, has written a letter to the COP president, putting all of this as our position. This is our position going into COP. And one of the statements is about supporting the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. Another one is immediate phase out. There's a phase out of fossil fuels and also phase out of fossil fuel subsidies. And then repurposing some of those subsidies and especially some of the fossil fuel taxes towards this new loss and damage fund that we've just established, which talks about innovative financing. Okay, this is where we get innovative financing from. We take it from the source of the problem and use it to create the solution to the problem.
Will you go and see, are you actually going to go and see the COP28 president on this as part of a delegation, say, of small islands, Pacific Islands? Or
yes, the PSIDS normally will meet the president as well as the AOSIS group, Association of Small Island States, of which PSIDS is part. Yes.
Okay.
Nick, I want to tell you a little story about the Port Vila call and that meeting that Minister Ralph is talking about that happened in Vanuatu, because I think one of the things that's really critical at this moment in history is leadership. And we underestimate how important that is in the decisions that different countries will make here at COP and will make about whether or not to join on to something like the Fossil Fuel Treaty, which is a big, new, bold idea. And we've seen a number of countries come to us wanting to hear more about the Fossil Fuel Treaty. And tomorrow here at COP, President Petro of Colombia will be making a speech at a high-level event where Colombia is poised to endorse the Fossil Fuel Treaty.
Wow.
Which is...
We've got hot news on right now, live on TV. Okay.
Hopefully my team's not very upset about that. And this movement that's happening right now on the Fossil Fuel Treaty, with more and more countries getting excited about the idea, wanting to be at the table with you, Minister, to design the rules in the coming days, is because of leadership. And I'll never forget a moment last year. Vanuatu had been hit by, was it twin cyclones in a 1 week period? And we had been planning this meeting on fossil fuel phase out in Vanuatu, and I remember calling a minister and saying, well, you know, we can move it to Fiji, we can do this, we can do that, you know, what we can cancel it. How can we support you at this terrible moment? Thousands of people had lost their homes. They were still in evacuation centers. There was no water. The airport was closed, and Minister Ralph said, no, we want you all to come here now and talk about fossil fuels. And to see what we are living through here in the low-lying island states. And that meeting, I think, changed for me this work forever. To be talking about fossil fuel expansion in a place where people were literally still, there were church groups and soccer teams who were clearing out the hotel for the meeting and trying to, you know, repair the damage so that we could have this meeting. And that meeting was historic because it was the first time you saw a group of governments have a meeting and call for something that strong on fossil fuels, to call out the fossil fuel industry on these terms like abated, and call for an end to expansion of fossil fuel production.
We've only got a few minutes left of our session, but do you think, are you confident, Minister, that we can bring more people to become aware and then to join this treaty? Because if the COP here does, we were talking about this on the previous show, if it does endorse the phase out of fossil fuels, but there is no honest timetable, and there are lots of loopholes and blah, 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 then this COP will have lost that chance that's been building a lot of business here and things like that. And I just see that going down again. Whereas the treaty is actually growing, right? I mean, people are attracted to the concepts of the treaty. We haven't even gone into all the details and the nuances of what the treaty is. It's more deep than perhaps we've mentioned. But so it's important to have, in a sense, a backup if they get it wrong here, right? Which they probably, what do you think?
Well, look, the fossil fuel treaty will complement the work that's done here. The Paris Agreement was never designed to regulate the production of fossil fuels. It was designed for countries to agree on emissions and emissions targets. Its economists would say we've been trying to cut with only one side of the scissors, the demand, but not the supply. So a fossil fuel treaty will help us meet the goals of the Paris Agreement. They can go side by side. It's not like one replaces the other. The work that is happening here is essential, but it's not enough to stop the expansion of fossil fuels and manage that wind down. And that's why we need both. I don't know, Minister, if
Well, no, I mean, civil society around the world is calling out fossil fuels and the need to phase out. And more countries and more collectives of countries like the High Ambition Coalition here, as we're speaking, is doing a launch event right now of their statement in which they talk about phasing out fossil fuels. So if we get the term fossil fuels in the negotiated outcome, and whether it's transition away or phase out, I think maybe phase out would be too ambitious, but even transition away and the naming of fossil fuels, that'll be historic. And I think it'll be like last year we had the mention of loss and damage fund without any operation. But this year we do have it, right? So I think it's going to be critical, and I think we're going to achieve it at this meeting.
And then you have?
And then the question is, what's the plan? How do we do it? And the fossil fuel treaty and the countries, the lawyers, the diplomats around the world trying to design it right now is the plan of how countries cooperate to make sure that we wind it down.
That's clear now. I wanted to clear that up for the audience because they're hearing, oh, the COP's going to phase out, or might phase out fossil fuels. And there's a treaty that's going to do this. I don't really, but now it's much clearer.
We want the statement, and then this is how.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's very good. So I think we're going to have to wrap that up right now here. I think we're on the right on the noodle, as they say. Thank you very much indeed for being here. It's been a pleasure. And thank you so much for being here as well. I think we're going to see each other again over the next few days. We may not see you, Minister, but we wish you well with all your work and everything that you're doing. And let's go into all the details of this treaty as we go forward with, we have several shows, and that's
Great.
remarkable.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank
Nick.
you very much indeed. Okay, thank you. So I'd like to now hand this all back to the wonderful people in our studio in Stockholm. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nick. Such an inspiring conversation. This treaty could really be a deal breaker, and we're so happy to be partnering with the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. We're now going to move on to our next session, and let's see what that brings. Airline travel is one of the largest sources of greenhouse gas emissions in 2023. It accounts for 2.5 up to 5% if you calculate the high altitude effects of global emissions alone, and roughly 13.9% of the emissions from the transportation industry as a whole. There are roughly 100,000 flights taking off globally every day, and the amount of flights is estimated to keep on increasing as more and more people can afford flying. It is the major contribution of emissions for the richer segments of society, bearing in mind that approximately 80% of the global population have never flown. So with all of this in mind, we urgently need to develop more innovative, climate-friendly alternatives, in addition, of course, to reducing our flying. That's what we'll be looking at today. And to set the tone for this session, we don't have time, CEO Ingmar Rentzhog with us on stage, and he will be providing an opening keynote on the role air travel plays in the climate crisis. So Ingmar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Katarina. Keynote?
Mm-hmm. Actually, it's not a keynote, it's a conversation. We have so much going on here, so sometimes we miss a step. And Ingmar, you have promised, and I think you did a promise at least, that you wouldn't fly, and you held that promise for 5 years. So how has this been working for you, and has anything happened that has changed your perspective on aviation?
Yeah, so when we launched We Don't Have Time, I did a promise to stay on the ground as long as you can't fly without using fossil fuel. And I kept that promise. I've been doing all the Zooms before the pandemic, and I'm doing a lot of crazy train travel as well. We all remember COP26.
You do indeed.
I think I didn't miss flying, actually, but as We Don't Time have grown, we're now a global organization with office in US and Africa, so it's of course harder to manage things. When the COP27 meeting were happening in Sharm el-Sheikh, it was impossible to go there by train, and we really wanted to go there. So we found a solution where you could actually fly with biofuel. And it's a kind of brilliant solution, actually, because you don't replace the fuel in your plane. You're replacing the fuel in one plane, but the same amount. It works exactly like green electricity. When you buy electricity from renewables, it's not the atoms, it's not coming from that windmill. It's coming maybe from something else. But in the financial system, you're funneling the money to the right solution. So you know that you get what you pay for. It's like in the cash machine, you don't know where the bill's coming from, but you get the bills, right? Mm-hmm. So this is a simple solution. The price for it is like, it's a little bit, back when it was like a double price. It was expensive, yes. That's a good thing. You don't fly if you don't very, very much need it. I mean, flying is subsidized, and one reason why the biofuel is much more expensive is
not subsidized.
It's not subsidized, and that is very important for me because I hate fossil fuel subsidies. I don't want to receive them, and the other thing I want to avoid is to funnel my money to the industry destroying the future, and not just the industry destroying the future. The industry that are working against what I try to achieve. So I don't want to give them my money. And so the SAF and biofuel is a great solution when you really have to go somewhere, but I'm still not using SAF to go to holiday because I can do other things. I try to stay on the ground as much as possible, but I don't have a bad I feel good if I use SAF to when I do fly. It's not emission-free, it's much lower emission, and it's not unlimited supply, so we can't flying like crazy people that we do today. But it's a really good transition solution. And we can't go from the non-solution to the perfect solution. We need those transition solutions. And I think this is a really great solution. And when I go to climate conferences with a lot of like-minded people, they don't know about this. They like, what? Did you fly here without fossil fuel? How did you do that? So I'm talking about people that should know this. And I think one reason they don't really know about it is that if you don't know about it, you don't have to spend the money. But if you know about it, you must spend the money. So what we try to do here with the Green Flying Coalition is to have people to spend the money on the solution and get something for it. And that's unfortunately the way it works, that many businesses, they are not doing the climate action if they can't motivate why they're doing it. And in order to get the budget, the sustainability people really want this to happen. We have created this tool that you're going to hear about later today, where companies can show that when we fly, we're flying with biofuel. They could show that as a check mark. And I think that's a motivator to create a demand for this solution. And when you create a demand, the supply side will scale up. And that's what we need to do. And I think that the oil industry is kind of scared of this because they know that they have lost the fight with cars. I mean, all cars going to be electric. Everyone knows this. And now they're going to lose airplanes as well. And I think the environment movement, they have totally misunderstood how things are working. It's not what we want to achieve, a fossil-free world. That is the most important thing, is how we do it. And if we say that the airline industry are bandits, idiots, crooks, they will be our enemies. They will work against us. They will team up with oil. Because that's what you do when you say someone is an idiot. They team up on the other side. But if we instead embrace them and say that, hey, airline industry, let's get off oil. Let's help you doing it. They will team up with us. And if we can get everyone to team up with environmental climate action, I think even the oil industry will join us sooner or later. Because, I mean, if everyone is doing it and you're not doing it, you're on the losing side, and no one wants to be on the losing side.
It's a different shift of perspective for sure, and we need this because what we have done so far hasn't really gotten us ahead of the game. Thank you, Ingmar Rentzhog. Let's now turn to Dubai, and we have Nick, of course, and Johan Falk from the Exponential Roadmap Initiative that will talk more about aviation. Over to you, Nick.
Thanks, Katarina. Thanks, Ingmar. Johan, great to see you again.
Great to see you again.
Yeah, right. Yes. It's getting hotter here right now, isn't it? So what do you think about the aviation industry and climate change? Is it something that we need to do something about?
Well, it is, of course, very important, even if it represents something like 2 to 4%, depending on, if you look at the complete warming of the global emissions. It is growing. And it's actually so that the rich world, which we represent, 1% of the richest consume something like 50% of the total emissions. And a lot of these flights are even short flights, not overseas flights. So there is a lot of waste here. Secondly, it's a pretty hard to debate sector. We don't immediately have all the solutions at hand. So these are two reasons why it is extremely important, yes?
But there are solutions, yeah? I mean, Ingmar has mentioned one very big one, but there are other solutions too, yeah?
I think the first solution is, of course, can you avoid flying at all? Of course. we saw that during the pandemic, that by using virtual communication, that can actually work just as good. So the boom of the virtual communication just happened during the pandemic. So we can actually get rid of a lot of flights. So that would be the first choice, of course. And if we're flying, we should really see it as a really precious thing. So we should stay away for a long time. Maybe we can combine flights if we have to fly. And it's of course shifting to other means of transportation, obvious low fossil transportation, like trains or fossil-free public transportation and cars and so on. And then when we're flying, of course, as we talked about, shift towards new type of fuels, sustainable aviation fuels. And we need now in the industry really to invest in the next generation technologies like e-fuels and electrification.
Good.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's clearly something that's also, I was going to say, attracting the interest of the environmental NGOs as well, because, I mean, it was quite funny, interesting last week, because a plane took off on a Virgin Atlantic, Richard Branson plane to, I think it was New York, powered by cooking oil, working with Rolls-Royce engines on this. I think British Airways are involved somewhere in all this. And, but within the same window, just within like a couple of days, there was also a legislation case coming against British Airways, who have said, we're going to be net zero in 2050, and their emissions are going up, just like the oil industry. So we're in this very strange world right now about, what is actually the future of aviation. But, we've got to reflect on the fact that we did come here by aircraft.
Indeed.
But in the case of we don't have time, obviously, we do what Ingmar's saying in terms of paying. It's still quite an expensive thing to replace the fuel with this alternative. But how we create a market for that, of course, is the end story. But I think we've run out of time then. We have to go back to Stockholm. Yes, we have. I'm so sorry, guys. Back to you, Katarina and Ingmar.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Nick. With me here in the studio in Stockholm, I have Christian Möller-Holst. He's CEO and founder of Goodwings. And Goodwings is a business that's helping everyone to reduce their travel emissions. And Christian and Ingmar, who are still with us here, are going to talk about this biofuel airplane travel future. So Christian, let's start with you. You are CEO of Goodwings, and you're devoted to reducing climate impact of aviation. Could you please take us through what's happening in this progress here of sustainable aviation, and also the demand for sustainable biofuels?
Thank you so much for having me, Katarina. Pleasure to be back. Well, the needed change is hardly coming from governments alone. We saw yesterday the new fund for climate adaptation and loss and damage, which is good, right? I think it's fair to say that we shouldn't get our hopes high in terms of getting the needed results for climate mitigation. We have EU mandates. The EU mandates will ensure some adoption of SAF in EU aviation, but it's nearly not ambitious enough. At the same time, we have the so-called green consumerism. The Norwegian CEO, Geir Karlsson, actually came out recently in media lashing out to his clients with a headline, something like, "Our clients are lying." And he was referring to the fact that Norwegian has been trying to offer several ways of compensating or mitigating your footprint, but nobody's buying it. That leaves us with one sector, the private sector. And I strongly believe that the businesses hold the key here.
But businesses are really, I mean, they have promised, they have legislation to reduce emissions. Well, we have the new EU directive. So how does this really connect?
Well, they haven't promised. That's the problem. We have the EU regulation, the CSRD, and the CSRD will be implemented over a course of, I think, 4 or 5 years. The CSRD has the potential to enforce this new regime on up to 75,000 companies. But what very few companies realize is that it's not just about measuring and reporting emissions. It's like data itself does not solve the climate crisis. What the CSRD also entails is a paragraph around setting reduction targets, providing action plans for actually delivering on them. Very few businesses realize that. So we need to see companies stepping up, setting even small year-on-year reduction targets as for their business travel emissions. choosing to invest some money in swapping out fossil oil or jet fuel with alternatives. But that requires leadership. We need to no longer hide behind vague 2030 sustainability ambitions or SDG icons on the website, but actually step up and make clear, measurable climate action.
So they haven't promised yet, but they need to start promising and really acting, of course. But what kind of comparative reduction are we talking about here if we switch to SAFs?
So as Ingmar said earlier, SAF is the pragmatic solution. In a life cycle perspective, SAF does reduce emissions by up to 80%. In addition to that, it can be used in existing airplanes and airport infrastructure. And it can be used for all types of air travel. So electric airplanes, hydrogen, hybrids, they're all good. But they're just not ready. And they can't solve the problem here and now. SAF has been around for 15 years, since 2008. Yes, last year, it accounted for 0.1% of global jet fuel consumption.
0.1.
0.1%. 99.9% was kerosene. We've had it for 15 years. It's time to start flying on it.
But how feasible is it to scale the SAF production sustainably?
So the scale of it is quite enormous. You can actually scale the production quite significantly. Obviously, and I think our panel of SAF professionals can most likely answer this better than I can, but the problem is that livestock accounts for 77% of global farming land. So if we continue to use with the existing land use, and we want to scale SAF up to a full transition, replacing oil 100%, we might run into a problem, or we would run into a problem. I think whether SAF will be the end solution or a very important stepping stone to other future technologies, time will show. Already now, we see many new producers of SAF coming out. Organofuel from Sweden using biomass, Net Zero in Houston using Danish technology to make e-fuel, synthetic fuels, Windsor Energy and Resources using waste. So we need to stop relying on just offsetting, thinking that's good enough. We need to begin this transition to a fossil-free future.
The high altitude effects, let's talk about those. Isn't it better to just focus on electrical aviation because that's not going to be emitting in the same way?
Sure. We have to take the high altitude effect into account. And I find it hilarious when I go and visit other online platforms or airlines platforms that measure the so-called emissions, because many of them don't take the RFI into account because they don't want to show you the actual impact of the service that they provide. We have to take it into account.
Indeed.
The problem is electric long-haul flights is unrealistic. Hybrid planes need to be built, and we need to have abundance of green hydrogen before it really makes sense. So what we have today is a non-debate. We have oil, we can replace it with SAF. We should be doing that.
So Ingmar, do you think the airline industry will have the ambition to transition to net zero voluntarily? Or what do we need? Regulations, power from consumers, obviously.
In the end, we need regulations. As with the freons what we talked about earlier today. Otherwise, the fridge manufacturer will still produce fridges that use freons, and the same thing with airlines. And I would say I have a very good example why the voluntary track will not work. Consumer power will help speed up, and the consumer power will, I believe, make it easier for the regulation to regulate it. Because it's hard to regulate something when no one uses the solution, but when you have like the all adopters are using the solution, it's much easier to regulate it. And it's also starting to being regulated with where airlines needs to have a small amount SAF in their fuel. But I will give a perfect example on why the voluntarily approach doesn't work for the airline industry. And it doesn't really work for many industries, but the airline industry is specifically problematic. And it's again the problem with leadership. We have the wrong leadership. And I'm very sorry because I'm going to out someone out there. First, I will give a climate love. when I was flying to Climate Week New York, I flew with SAS, Scandinavian Airlines. And on their website, to my surprise, when I booked a ticket, I was able to book a ticket with biofuel. I didn't need to go to another site to find a solution with good wings. No, it was, do you want to choose first class or biofuel? I picked biofuel. It costed me, I don't know, not that much money. So of course I did that, and I was very glad because it saved me so much time. So climate love to SAS for providing that simple solution that every airline should provide. But we will not make it if we have the wrong leadership. And I was watching a TV interview with the SAS CEO, and the question from the reporter were the following: are you using, when you fly, do you use biofuel when you fly with your own company? And he said, sometimes.
That's definitely a climate warning on that one.
I don't know.
Well, thank you so much for this panel. We're going to move on, and just a little bit of an intermission here. Thank you so much for now. Up next, we have a panel discussion between two more experts in this area. The first is Jonathan Wood from Nestlé, which is the largest producer of renewable diesel and jet fuel in the world. Jonathan is Vice President for Nestlé's Sustainable Aviation Fuel, the SAF, business, and he's also responsible for all commercial, technical, strategy, and business development activities globally. He's committed to decarbonizing aviation by accelerating the use of SAFs, and he joined Nestlé in 2020 to build this new business, and he's joining us via Zoom from Amsterdam. In addition to him is Camilla Altamira. She's joining us from our Dubai studio, also via Zoom. And Camilla handles corporate social responsibility for Essential Energy Holding and has done so for over 10 years. She's leading initiatives with the team across group companies in the line with ESG sustainability criteria. And Essential Energy Holding is a member of B Corp for Good Leaders and has been a B Corp since 2016. So, great to have both of you in the studio here with me, even if you're with me on Zoom. So let's start with you, Jonathan. Nestlé is a major producer of sustainable aviation fuel, also called SAF. What is SAF and how does it work?
So, thank you. Glad to be here and to contribute to this discussion. So SAF, Sustainable Aviation Fuel, is basically made from waste recycled materials, whether it's waste oils and fats or in the future municipal waste, forestry and agricultural waste. And it's basically recycling the carbon that we've got in our existing ecosystem rather than digging it out of the ground as you would with a fossil fuel. So it's basically recycling what we've already got in our ecosystem rather than digging it out of the ground. And obviously, it's quite an exercise to gather all these waste materials and convert them, clean them and convert them into a useful renewable hydrocarbon fuel, but that's what we do. And so it does cost a bit more than the fossil jet fuel that we've been using now. And as previous participants on this webcast have indicated, that's one of the challenges that we need to overcome. But it is a solution that's available today, and we need to be using it to to ensure that we already now start to reduce the emissions that the aviation activity is generating as part of our global energy transition as society.
So thank you, Jonathan. What percentage of the global aviation fuel is SAFs now, and what are your expectations for the percentage in the coming years?
So it is small right now. As a previous panelist mentioned, it was last year around about 0.1%. This year it'll probably double, but we need to be doubling and tripling every year going forward. So Nestlé itself has got major investments underway. These are multi-billion-dollar investments to both gather the raw material and then convert it, and we need others to accompany us. So we welcome competition. We as a society need to invest big time in the energy transition, and aviation is just one of those examples. So what we see in the United States and in the UK is targets of around 10% of all aviation fuel should be SAF by 2030. The EU has committed to 6%, and we heard last week at the International Aviation Conference a commitment to a 5% emission reduction, which is probably more like 6 or 7% SAF usage by 2030. But that's only a stepping stone. We need to obviously get to net zero, and SAF, sustainable aviation fuel in all its forms, needs to help us get there and become basically the primary source of energy for flying with.
Well, thank you. Let's turn to Camilla. Tell us a little about how Essential Energy is working to decarbonize aviation, please.
Hi, good afternoon to everybody. Thank you for joining me to this conversation. It's a pleasure for me and for my company. Well, we are working on South America. Basically, we're working on feedstock and in a company that will start to produce SAF in Uruguay. The idea of this company is decarbonize all the whole life cycle of the biofuel since the beginning until the end. Of course, we are working on this process. We think to start to produce in the beginning of the 2025. And I was hearing before Christian and regarding all the challenges we have with the regulations, because in South America we are working with this and we have a lot of problems in this area, because we still are financing the fossil, indeed the energy transition. So it's a big challenge for us and for other companies that are set in South America, in Brazil as well, I think, working in decarbonization. But well, we are doing this.
Thank you, Camilla. So what would you say the major opportunities would be in the SAF production? And if you also would like to add globally the challenges?
Of course, the feedstock, we are working with waste, and there's Brazil and Argentina can supply the major part of the production SAF for the whole demand. We don't need to move the feedstock because we have this there, and nowadays in South America they're not a production. They're not actually production. So this is the major opportunity we have nowadays. So well, I think it's like a giant, sleeping giant. South America it's a big opportunity to all the area.
So Camilla, when you say you don't have to move or change the feedstock, could you elaborate a bit on this, please?
Yes, because of course we have all the feedstock, all the waste, because it's more than this. All the feedstock we have there, the waste and the residues of the fatty acids, because we made the stuff based on fatty acids and waste, is processed in the same place that we recollect this. So the life cycle is sustainable and from the beginning to the end.
So sorry, Camilla, I think people need to know what fatty acids and what leftovers, just to clarify.
Yes, the fatty acids is the raw material from where we produce the SAF, because you can produce from waste, you can produce from oils in other cases. Is fatty, it's oil, it's waste from the oils. In case of Argentina, we use soy oils. It's some subproduct of the oils.
So it's basically waste that we can be using into this production.
Yes, exactly.
Just to clarify.
It's a win-win. It's some kind of waste that the people do not use, and we reuse for make this biofuel.
Thank you so much. I'm turning back to Jonathan, and actually this question is also for you, Camilla. Where is aviation in 5 years when it comes to SAF? You start, Jonathan, please.
Well, 5 years from now, I would hope we would be, and we need as an industry, and I think there's a high level of commitment across the industry to be using up to maybe 10% of all the fuel being sustainable from sustainably sourced bio-based raw materials, whether it's oils and waste oils, whether it's agricultural and forestry residue, whether it's municipal waste, and indeed ultimately potentially captured from the air using renewable power. So this is the journey we've got to go on. I would expect us in 5 years' time, certainly by 2030, to be using approximately 10% of all our fuel. And then we really need to accelerate upwards. But what's really key is that the investment, we need the demand to encourage the investment to be made, because this is going to cost billions and billions of dollars to basically shift our entire fuel supply chain from being fossil fuel based to being renewably based. So it's really, as was mentioned earlier by Christian and Ingmar, policy is really key here. The regulations across all regions of the world need to move forward so that it encourages the demand, which in turn will then encourage the investment that's required. A voluntary demand where people voluntarily choose to pay more is absolutely going to be also important, and that's where the businesses in particular, corporations in particular, can help stimulate the demand so that we can already get the investment going, because the investments alone take 5 years to make. So it's really important that we have the policy and the investment happening now to get to that 10% usage as part of the journey to net zero.
So if one is impatient, one might think 10% is not high enough in 2030. How could we speed this transition up? Is it more consumer pressure? Is it more legislation? Or what would you say could really push this even further?
Well, I think it's all of those, because it's a virtuous circle we need to get into. As more demand comes, both through regulation, but also through voluntary choices that, in particular, corporations can make, and those who have, I would say, more ability to pay, they can be the early adopters that help drive a demand, which will then give the confidence to invest, which will develop the supply, which in turn will encourage the regulators to be bolder and more ambitious, because they know that the supply and the investment is happening. So it's really this virtuous circle we need to get into. But this is just, one part of the global energy transition that we need to embark upon. If it was costing the same as fossil fuel, everybody would do it tomorrow. But as we've heard, not everybody is. Even the CEOs of companies that have got their own ambitions need to really step up and demonstrate the desire and the willingness to stimulate the demand, which will then trigger the supply and the policy.
Thank you, Jonathan. Let's hear where Camilla is in 5 years in aviation.
Well, hopefully, I think in South America, in our area, we will be producing SAF. With another companies. I think in 5 years, the path of the decarbonization, there's a lot of companies that they're doing their own work. We hope to be helping them in decarbonizing this path with local production.
Thank you. A final question to both of you. There is, of course, a big global movement that basically stays on the ground, that don't fly at all because of the situation with the climate. What is your message to them? How could they push for change? Because that's actually a fair amount of people that are just staying away from flying as a whole. How could they push for change so this is becoming more climate friendly, this aviation business?
Well, I think at the end, we've got to encourage those who use it to ultimately, as the polluter pays principle needs to be applied here, just as it does, I think, generally. So I think we need to encourage the governments to put in place the policies, whether they're obligations or incentives to develop to promote the demand, which will then promote the investment. And by the way, the investment, even if you don't fly, could ultimately generate jobs, which in turn helps economic growth. So even if you're not somebody who has needs or family, business needs or family where you need to travel by air, you can still potentially benefit from this transition through the investment and the jobs that it's going to create.
So push for change in all challenges that you have. It would be my conclusion for what you said. How about you, Camilla? Those that stay on the ground that refuse to fly, how do they push?
Well, the aviation is an industry that will grow even if you don't fly. So we, as a responsible person in the aviation, need to help and have the responsible for do this in the good way, in the sustainable way.
Well, thank you very much for your input, Jonathan and Camilla. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're now going to enjoy a video message from one of the expert voices in sustainable aviation. His name is John Melgaard. And John is executive chairman of FPG Amentum Limited. And he has worked with financing, leasing, and investing in commercial jet aircraft throughout his career. And he's the chair of the Sustainability Committee of Aircraft Leasing Ireland and chair of the advisory board of Impact. Let's hear it from John.
Hi, my name is Jan Melgaard. I'm the executive chair of FPG Amentum, an aircraft lessor, and I'm chairing the Sustainability Committee of Aircraft Leasing Ireland, the world's largest trade organization for aircraft lessors. Sorry that I couldn't make it for your December 1 session, hence this pre-recorded message on my way back from Global Aviation Sustainability Day in Dublin. We had a great day in Dublin with excellent speakers and panels. A few things are becoming very clear. SAF is the realistic solution to transition aviation to net zero. Battery and hydrogen-powered aircraft will hopefully come as well, but it will be too little, too late for 2050. SAF is based upon known technology, and we don't have to replace the global fleet of aircraft that would otherwise have taken decades to do as well. As much as SAF is the obvious solution, we still need to bring strategic capital to the projects. To those of us who live aviation, it is very clear that demand for SAF is and will continue to be there. This is a question of license to operate for the industry, but investors still need convincing. We convince investors by creating demand for SAF. The EU is doing its part with mandates. However, Nestlé and other SAF manufacturers are comfortable that they can meet the EU mandates of 2% in 2025 and 5% in 2030. But we need to go further. We need more demand to get to net zero in 2050. We need responsible companies and individuals to show the way by paying a premium for SAF to stimulate the demand at this early stage of the development. Transitioning aviation to net zero will come at a cost. There is no way around it. We can either wait for the ideal global solution with government subsidies, which quite frankly I don't see happening, or we can act now and be part of the solution. We are still at an early stage of SAF, and we need to aggregate demand. Responsible companies such as Microsoft is showing the way. We need to expand on companies which are prepared to be part of the solution. Fly Green Coalition is an excellent initiative to that end.
Well, thank you, Jan. Now we're going to move on to a panel discussion between three companies who have already pledged themselves to the Fly Green Coalition. However, to give us a proper introduction to the initiative, I have with me again Christian Møller-Holst for a keynote. So you have the floor, you have our full attention.
Thank you so much. Business leaders need to make money. They need to attract capital and talent. Unclear and untransparent 2030 ambitions no longer does it. You need to demonstrate clear, tangible climate leadership. With the Fly Green Coalition that we're launching today, we want to provide business leaders with such a platform where they can clearly, transparently communicate concrete and committing climate action that resonates. As mentioned earlier by the many SAF experts in the panel, we need to signal demand for SAF. On the Fly Green Coalition, you do just that. You go to the website and you make the pledge on behalf of your company to reduce your flight emissions, not in 5, 10 years, 15 years, today. You choose anywhere between 10 or 100% of your total flight emissions, depending on your budget, of course. You'll yearly have to share a statement by your auditor that you did what you pledged you would do. You and your business will be highlighted on the Fly Green Coalition website. You'll get an extensive communications package, graphics for your email signature, logos for your website to inspire others to follow your example. We'll even do webinars towards your clients and your network to share about the importance of decarbonizing aviation together. So to all the business leaders watching, make the pledge and be the change that we all desperately want.
Well, thank you very much, Christian. Now let's hear from the businesses who have already pledged to the Fly Green Coalition. And joining me, we have Nikolai Mikkelsen via Zoom. Nikolai is CEO of Freixe, and he's an active member of initiatives and associations dedicated to addressing climate change and promoting diversity, equality, and inclusion. Alongside him, we have David Fella, also on Zoom. David is co-CEO of Manion, a strategy design consultancy. And one of Manion's many projects has been on helping build back aviation after COVID to be more efficient, smarter, and of course, more sustainable. And last but not least, we have Francine Lemos. She's Executive Director of Systema B. So please start us out, Nicola and David. Can I hear from each of you first briefly what your businesses do? Let's start with Nikolai.
Yeah, absolutely. And firstly, let me just say thank you also to We Don't Have Time and to Good Wings for the invitation to be here today. Maybe let me start off with what I do. I love what I do. I'm in the business of changing people's lives, and it gives such a satisfaction knowing that we do that every day by finding new jobs for individuals and for helping businesses deliver on their projects as well. So what is Freixe? We are one of the leading alternative legal service providers in Switzerland, in Germany, and in Liechtenstein. What is that exactly, alternative legal service provider? It means that we deliver legal and compliance experts on an interim and contracting basis. We currently employ approximately 140 people. And of course, we do some business travel, and like most other people, we also do some leisure travel. So I was mentioning that we change people's lives, and we like to, at least we hope that through recruitment, we are changing people's lives. And we see a very clear interconnection between changing people's lives in the workplace and the need for changing people's lives through the environment that we operate within. Recruitment or human resources as an industry, our natural area of influence, if you will, it's more on the social part of ESG rather than the environmental side of it. So this is everything from your fair pay, equal treatment, diversity, inclusion, mental health, and well-being. So, but as mentioned, because we do travel both in business and also on leisure, it's equally important for us that we're looking after our climate and sustainability. So we feel that it's our responsibility to be part of the new way of traveling and the sustainable aviation travel. So, you know, in terms of what we need to do, we can't rely on governments to do everything. So we believe that, you know, private sector have to step up and take some responsibility. And we are in the professional service area. So what's our emissions? It's travel. 95% of our emissions is travel. So we have to do something about that. And that's why when I heard about this project, for me, it was really a no-brainer. This was a clear way for us to reduce our emissions. And that's the reason that we have pledged to this coalition and why I'm proud to be here today to talk about that. And I'm just happy that through our 140 employees that we are able to contribute, and I hope to inspire others to do the same as well.
Thank you very much, Nikolai. Let's hear from David briefly about what your business do, please. We need to get some sound on David, please.
I think my sound is on.
Yes, you're good now.
Okay, thank you. So I'm a founder and a CEO of Many1, which is a global creative consultancy. We have offices in 10 countries around the world, and obviously we need to travel quite a bit. And no matter what video calls can do, and it certainly has changed our industry quite a lot over the years, it's still super duper valuable for us to travel around and meet clients, meet our clients, and meet up in groups that can interact together, delivering all these services and products that we deliver that are basically, all about making the world a better place. That's what you do when you wake up every morning as a designer. You think of how can we improve everything around us, and we do. But the carbon emission of traveling around, working in workshops globally, obviously has a heavy toll on our consciousness as a company. We are literally here to make the world a better place, and it's really a drag that whenever we are trying to do that, we are at the same time making the world a worse place. It's in our manifesto that what we do is all about making, businesses and people and planet a better place. And we can hear that. We hear that call that internal conflict in our business model everywhere. We hear it from our own people speaking out, and we're having a lot of internal discussions about how we do and what we can do better with this. We obviously, I guess you can guess what we hear from the talent that we're trying to attract out there, how we can document that we're doing these things in a different way, that we are participating in decarbonizing. But lately, over the last few years, we're also beginning to hear it from our clients, that there's a demand from the market for understanding what this kind of industry that we're in and many other industries that includes a lot of travel, what we do to reduce our carbon emissions. And no matter what we do sort of in retrospect to compensate, it doesn't really have the right feel to it somehow. It's not enough. And it's not enough because it's not a real dynamic that we're invoking with just compensating through all the programs that are out there. But the Fly Green Coalition is changing things in our narrative about these things, because that has to do with reaching into the future and creating this demand that can hopefully lower the prices, that will lower the prices, increase the production, and take over more and more of the jet fuel consumption out there. And that makes sense. Now, we actually looked into, at Many1 already early last year, looked into, can we do this ourselves? Can we just reach out to a partner and calculate ourselves what our jet fuel consumption will be next year for our business? We're 300 people, we're traveling a lot, and then find our own way to do this. But in so many ways, it became so horribly expensive for us, of course, because of the prices there is on SAF right now. And then this concept came up, the Fly Green Coalition, that allows us to do the pledge, to speak about it in a different way. There's a narrative in it that has that doesn't only involve us, Many1, and our few little 300 people, but that could potentially, if we all push it forward, include thousands of businesses around the world that will increase, or that will put pressure on industries and create a different voice than just our own little voice. So it's the idea of a coalition that creates a demand is a fantastic narrative for us to be a part of in Many1. And now I'll shut up and let someone else say something.
Well, thank you so much, David. Back to you, Nikolai. What the role of being an ambassador for sustainable aviation? How do you look upon that role?
I mean, a little bit like David. I think it's the collective commitment that's going to make an impact, because we are also 140 people. But I think it's about this collective commitment that. And that be whether that's coming off topic a little bit here, but whether that's reducing paper waste or whether it's promoting remote work in order to reduce the carbon footprint, or in our case, so very similar to David's business, looking at what can we do. Well, for us, it's about partnering with eco-friendly suppliers such as Goodwings that allows us to do that. I think the biofuel, it's incredibly expensive currently, and this is where if we all are getting together around these topics, we can start to reduce the price of these more sustainable aviation travel. And this is where we all want to get to, because that's what's going to improve the future of our environment. I mean, we are borrowing the world from our children, our grandchildren and great-grandchildren, and we have to preserve that and protect it in any way. So the key is really to get more involved, more people on board on this, so that the overall prices come down and that it becomes a more affordable way of traveling. It already exists, it's just too expensive at the moment for the majority of people.
Thank you very much. Let's turn to Francine. What are your reflections after having listened to Nicola and David, please?
Yeah, I can speak. So first of all, thank you for the invitation, Goodwins, both Goodwins and We Don't Have Time. I can speak on behalf. I've been working on standards and ESG with several corporations on the past few years, and I can bring a little bit the point of view of those companies, and it's really interesting to hear both of them. I see it's not being easy to be a business leader nowadays. It's a lot of pressure, I can tell. And of course, together with that, with all the pressure that we have, we are really feeling the heat and the reactions from climate crisis. It's happening right now. And I see different challenges depending on the size of the company, depending on the market, depending on the industry. David just mentioned he has a business with 300 employees. When you look at a smaller scale, things got really complicated, even though it's easier to adapt operational-wise. It's most of the companies just don't have the resource to do that. When you go to a bigger corporation, on the other hand, the challenges are higher. The companies are more equipped, but to make them happen will take time, will take a lot of effort. And we don't have time now for slow movers, right? And if we think about companies that are on this path and on this journey for a long time, what I'm feeling and what I'm sensing, I think, and I believe that in this room we have great examples of pioneers. Goodwins is a big corp. We have here two business leaders that I can tell are doing only by signing this pledge. What I hear from what they are saying is it's not enough, even though they understand that they have a long journey and they are doing a lot. It's not about individual results anymore. The point is we need to reach climate neutrality as a country, as a local level. So we need to act together. And that's why coalition makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of confusion in the market. I don't think we have clarity on definitions, on the standards yet. So this kind of action, working together towards a common sense and a common sense, I do believe it can help a lot the companies on this path, basically.
Thank you very much, Francine. Speaking of coalitions, we heard earlier today from the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, which is a coalition of nation states mandating the phasing out of fossil fuels. We've also seen over 100 businesses sign the open letter from the We Mean Business Coalition. It's mandating a reduction in fossil fuels. So it is clear that there is a concerted effort and also urgency from businesses and nation states that are organizing themselves into groups to make their voices heard more clearly. So as a representative of an organization that has rich experience from working with worldwide business leaders, what would you say, could you comment on the sense of urgency of reducing carbon emissions from aviation and also on the call for action from business leaders to make flying more sustainable? If you can elaborate a bit more on that, please.
Sure. As I said before, we don't have time. We cannot keep saying we need to transition to a completely different and regenerative model. So it's enough of saying that we need to do offsets. I think serious companies now, they need to really consider, I think the key challenge is to how to decarbonize their value chain without relying on offsetting and doing real steps towards a better model. So even though there's a lack of clarity on this scenario, I think companies can do, we know enough so companies can act in a different way and build plans with consistency. So it's not about pledging anymore. I think it's about acting and about transparency.
Well, thank you very much, Francine. Nicola and David, having heard now from Francine, do you resonate with this urgency as something that is reflected in your businesses too, from colleagues, from business partners, etc.?
Absolutely, on a daily basis, there is an urgency. And I know before I talked about the narrative, but that's the language that we use in my industry, right? It's not just about narrative. It's not just about a story. It's about that we're obviously seeing the impact of our sins right now in the world. And there is no way we can just be blind to that. There is no way we can claim that we are making a positive impact, a positive difference in the world without having a very, very keen focus on the number one problem there actually is in the world right now. So yeah, there is an urgency. There is an urgency
for David.
In the company. Yeah.
Thank you. So how about Nikolai? You feeling the heat in your world, in your business world?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, coming back to, because we're very much in the people business, a lot of ours does come from the social aspects, all about equality and fairness in the workplace. But of course, we get a lot about the carbon footprint, and like everyone else, it's coming in as Francine and David have also said on this. What are we doing towards it? And changing the light bulbs and using less paper, it's nice, but it's just not enough. I mean, the big ticket items for companies like us, it's the travel. So it's 95% it's emission, it's travel, and it's ongoing. And we absolutely we have to act on this now. It is what it is. We don't have time for it now, and we have to get together around these things. Our clients are talking about it. It's scope 3. So by using hopefully companies that are pledging towards these right aspects of doing it will also help on their scope 3s. And we have to get together about these. So it's coming in. We hear it from our candidates. We hear it from our clients, from our employees. What can we do and what can we do more?
So a final call to action from David and Nikolai too, because there are lots of other business leaders watching this. What would your call to action be to make aviation more sustainable? David?
I would absolutely say that the idea of joining any coalition out there to create a collective push, a collective pressure on all the dynamics that are right now ruining our planet. Alone, we're not very strong, but if we stand together, we're a lot stronger.
Thank you.
I mean, absolutely agree on that. I mean, that's it. We can't do it on one company with being big, large or small. But it's everyone needs to take part of it, no matter what your size is, whether you are 5 people, 50 people, 500 people, it's that collectiveness there. And there are so many great organizations out there offering solutions, and it's being part of that. So join these coalitions with whatever we can to create that collectiveness. That's what's going to start to shift the needle at the end of the day.
Thank you. And Francine, what would your call to action be?
Yeah, I would say, yeah, definitely work collectively, but feel the responsibility to do so, because it's not, as I said, it's not about any individual company. I think it's about our society. And I think the companies have to use their voices to push the changes that we want to see in the world, because that's needed. We know that legislations are not fast enough, but I do believe that that companies and businesses can make a huge change if they are together, if they are vocal, if they are acting, and with transparency.
Well, thank you so much, Nicola, David, and Francine, for this very inspiring session. And this marks the end of the aviation session for this broadcast. There's much happening, very much exciting happening. We all need to be pushing for more sustainable aviation on the areas and the arenas we have, right? So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
On the 24th of February 2022, Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine. This has taken a devastating toll on human lives and livelihoods, on cities, villages, and infrastructure. But the environmental consequences have been devastating as well, with widespread pollution, destruction of natural habitats, and displacement of wildlife. We now have the great pleasure of sharing with you a high-level roundtable of the environmental impact of this war. And this panel is moderated by our co-moderator, Nick Nuttall. And you will be hearing from Viktoria Kuryeva, Deputy Minister of Environmental Protection and Natural Resources, Oleksiy Rabshin, COP28 negotiator from Ukraine, former Deputy Minister of Energy and Environmental Protection, and Léonard de Klerk, lead author, Initiative on Greenhouse Gas Accounting of War, and many others. Let's watch this.
So, welcome to We Don't Have Time TV, and welcome to a broadcast on the environment of Ukraine, close to 2 years after the start of a conflict that began in February 2022. In many ways, this is a follow-up to a similar broadcast that we undertook in April 2020, where in partnership with the Earth Day Network, we brought together the Ukraine government and independent experts during the early days of this war. Today, we will hear at first hand how the environment and the environmental services of Ukraine are right now, present perhaps more detailed findings from ongoing assessments, while also looking into next steps needed to restore the health of Ukraine for its people. Before we start, let me ask the audience to download the We Don't Have Time app, which you can do at wedon'thavetime.org, and then you can interact with our wonderful guests and also post comments and generally engage. So let me first introduce, and I'm delighted to introduce, Viktoria Kuryeva, Ukraine's Deputy Minister of Environmental Protection and Natural Resources. Deputy Minister, thank you very much for finding the time to be with us. If you could give perhaps your perspective on the state of the country's environment and what is perhaps needed going forward. Over to you.
Dear colleagues, I want to thank the organizers and participants of this roundtable for addressing the important issue of the environmental impact of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. In the face of the climate crisis, we must remain committed to creating a better, safer world for future generations. Russia's war in Ukraine is not only illegal but also harming our environmental and hindering global efforts to combat climate change. Ukraine, with the support of international partners, is actively working to address these challenges while adhering to international commitments like the Paris Agreement. We have introduced the International Environmental Declaration to provide solutions for countries affected by conflict based on Ukrainians' experience. The declaration will strengthen the global platform for emissions environmental damage from military actions, an initiative announced by President Volodymyr Zelensky to COP27. The global platform aims to standardize approaches for evaluating the environmental, the climate impacts of armed conflicts. Our proposal is to create shared tools for assessing environmental damage and holding aggressors accountable. We invite support for an international environmental declaration from all countries. We must recognize that war is not only costly in terms of life and money, but also its environmental impact. Let's stand together for justice and nature. Thank you for your dedication to making the world a better place. Slava Ukraini!
Okay. Thank you very much indeed, Deputy Minister. Let me bring in here Oleksiy Ryabchin, who's energy and climate expert and a member of Ukraine's delegation to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, who is also here at COP28, which is wonderful. Oleksiy, one of your areas of interest, I understand, is the issue of infrastructure. Can you frame the impact of the conflict on Ukraine's energy infrastructure, for example, or the climate goals generally?
Yes, Nick, while we are here, like the Russia is constantly attacking Ukraine's infrastructure, like both civilian and like economic. We have huge impact on like people's houses, on agriculture, on port, and of course on the forest, nature, and energy objects, which are suffering the most. And now it's winter time, and we anticipate another massive attack on our energy infrastructure. During the previous one, like Russian drones attacked the generation object and transmission object, which affected even some blackouts in Ukraine. And we in Kiev were like for like 2, 3, or like 6 hours without electricity. But honestly saying, like when you sit in a, in a capital, and it's not a big problem, like even if it's cold, like to sit like without the electricity, we do trust in our like serviceman who is able to repair it. But in the region, especially the war-torn, where the fights are, when you think about the soldiers who are sitting in the trenches, in the cold trenches, in the rainy trenches, like without like any kind of like civilization measures, like you're able to tolerate your 2 or 3 hours sitting without electricity. But nevertheless, like Ukrainians are like very optimistic people, and we do believe that the destroyed infrastructure will be rebuilt using the Build Back Better approach. It will give us an opportunity during the process of integrating into European Union to rebuild our country according to the best available standards, which will definitely be positive toward the climate change. But as the previous speaker said, as Deputy Minister Victoria Kireva said, we need to make Russia accountable because Russia has a huge amount of assets frozen in different capitals of the world, and these are the money that the aggressor needs to pay to compensate the damage to the nature, damage to climate, and damage to the infrastructure.
Let me just ask you one quick question here. I mean, I understand that the Ukraine was actually, I understand that Ukraine was in many ways doing some amazing things with renewable energy. I think you'd had a policy on fossil fuel subsidies, for example, which was some people, dream of the world phasing out fossil fuel subsidies because, of course, they cost at a minimum $1 trillion right now, and maybe 7 trillion right now, according to the IMF, if you actually include the damage that the fossil fuel subsidies do in terms of extreme weather events and stuff like that. So Ukraine had been on a pathway to more renewable energy, I think. Has that been lost momentarily with the conflict?
Unfortunately, a huge amount of our generation, green generation, renewable generation, has now been occupied because it was located in the south of Ukraine. But nevertheless, like even with this, with the war, like we opened a new 200 megawatt wind turbine station in the deoccupied Nikolaev region. So we show that like Ukraine is doing some of the reforms even during the war. Like we see the huge interest to the biomethane project in Ukraine, and Ukraine, which has like one of the big soils in the world, are able to not only to use this biomethane internally, but also to help green the European continent and to supply this biomethane to different countries. And these are the means of our decarbonization. So we are not only rely on international support, we are able to carbonize with the investments and to make business with the whole world.
Okay, good. Let's now go over to, and we can continue this debate later on when we have a good chat, because I think it's a very interesting topic. Let me then return to Ulyssia Petrovic, who's an expert on biodiversity protection. She's with the Reform Support Team at the Ministry of Environmental Protection and Natural Resources of Ukraine. Yeah, you have the floor. What is happening with the biodiversity and how is that going?
Yeah. Yes, of course. So, war is one of the most dramatic anthropogenic factors impacting nature, directly and indirectly. In most cases, unintentionally, but sometimes intentionally destroying natural habitats. And common consequences of hostilities, shelling, mining, and movement of heavy military vehicles, arrangement of army staging grounds, and other military activities include destruction of soil cover, fire of forest and other vegetation, water body pollutions, etc. So we are observing the death of many animals, birds, fish, and other organisms in the war zone as a result of direct killing, destruction of their habitats, or destruction of different type of infrastructure. For example, like dam, it caused sudden flooding in the lower part of the river and draining of former reservoirs, and animals dying because of various occasional traps, poaching, and even very loud noise. So actually, the war destroying our life supporting system, I think. The war caused a significant impact on the environment in general and on the most ecologically important areas in particular, despite of the fact that many of our protected areas was protected not only by Ukrainian legislation, but also international agreements signed by Russia too. So circa 1,500 protected areas with a total area of more than 3 million hectares were in zone of military tactics and in the areas occupied by Russia since 2014, and almost 900 protected areas still situated on the front line or in the region occupied by Russian troops. Among them, 170 Emerald Network sites protected by Berne Convention, 16 wetlands of international importance protected by Russian Ramsar Convention, and 3 UNESCO biosphere reserves, and also 2 nature strict reserves and 15 national nature parks. These protected areas are losing their quality each day, and nature conservation organizations like parks and reserves also losing their properties, equipment, infrastructure, and ability to work and protect nature. The scale of such destructions increases with time and intensity of military activities and should be investigated case by case after the end of the war. And since February 22, most of protected areas in zone of military activities stopped field work, but tried to continue to do at least administrative or scientific or educational work in remote form. The exception is Ascania Nova Biosphere Reserve, whose staff continued to work in full scale during 1 year of the war, till the establishment of new occupational administration of the reserve. So currently we see an understanding of value of nature and need to restore it. And despite of the War Ministry and NGOs and international organizations have already started to active work on systematic change to, for example, national legislation, management approaches, or also intensifying scientific research in that direction. And this how we work on preparation of national biodiversity strategy and other laws where it is prescribed that is significant efforts, significant part of our work should be dedicated to the restoration of nature, the mining of parks and reserves, and introduction of new nature conservation methods, but also improvement of international nature conservation legislation, mainly through implementing strict principles on how to protect environment during armed conflicts, probably on the UN level, and integration of such things into multilateral environmental agreements will help to prevent similar scale tragedy from taking place in the future.
Thank you very much indeed for that. And we'll come back to you. Please stay with the show. Let's now go to Olena Maslikiewska, Associate Professor, Department of Environmental Studies at the National University of Kyiv Mola Academy. Have I got that right? If I got that wrong, you just clear that up for me.
Kyiv Mohila Academy.
Fantastic. All right. So we know that one piece of infrastructure that hit the headlines in June this year was the devastating collapse of the Kakhovka Dam that caused massive flooding along the Dnieper River. What is the situation today on that, and what have been the environmental consequences?
You're right. The destruction of the Kakhovka hydroelectric power plant is the biggest environmental catastrophe in Ukraine after the 1986 Chernobyl disaster. It has resulted in the loss of 350 megawatts of hydro generation capacity in the region. But even more, this terrorist attack by the Russians caused catastrophic flooding and loss of Kakhovka reservoir, which before the destruction contained 18 million of cubic meters of water. This is the volume of the Caspian Sea or the Yellow River in China. So 72% of this water has been lost. So the massive flooding killed many animals and damaged farmlands, homes, businesses, and infrastructure. An estimated total direct cost only to the environment is 5.85 billion euro. We are talking about 64,000 hectares of forest, which is the size of Latvia. We are talking about 150 hectares of natural protected areas, which is the size of Nepal. And many of these protected areas have international importance. They are part of the Emerald Network or are the wetlands of international importance. It was assessed that about 160,000 of birds have died, 20,000 of animals, and actually some 300 animals in the local zoo just drowned. After the water was gone, the Kakhovka reservoir was covered by 95,000 tons of dead fish. You can only imagine what a catastrophic mass-scale pollution has been caused, because essentially water has washed away pesticides, wastewater, oil, heavy metals which were stored on the bottom of the reservoir, minefields, essentially transforming the Odessa and Mykolaiv regions into garbage dumps and animal cemeteries. Mm-hmm. We also need to say that there is a huge drinking water shortage because of 1 million people only in one Dnipropetrovsk Oblast are expected to face water shortages. Even more, the collapse of the dam reduced the volume of water available to the North Crimean Canal, which is the main source of fresh water to the Russian-occupied Crimean Peninsula. Mm. And of course, this terrorist attack has an international impact because Kakhovka reservoir was important for agriculture. 1 million hectares of land in 3 most productive southern oblasts in Ukraine will be unusable for the next 3 to 5 years because of the lack of water. And it could result in food shortages on world markets and potentially famine in poor countries that rely on Ukraine grain exports. We have to understand that farmland in the south will dry up and the reclamation systems will be damaged. And the flood water essentially washed away the top soil layer from thousands of hectares of farm and arable land, and it will require years to recover. So to sum up, the effect is catastrophic, but we still need assessment. We need more assessment from specialists from around the world, which would help to not only to assess the consequences, but also to predict how it will impact in the long run, not only Ukraine, but the world.
Thank you. Let's come back on that in the chat afterwards, because yes, what one does in going forward with the dam, whether to rebuild the dam or whether to think of alternatives, is now, you know, some of the choices that are unfolding. So let's stay with that. Super. Let's go over now to Leonard de Klerk from the Initiative on the GHG, Greenhouse Gas Accounting of War. Leonard, you've been crunching the numbers on the growth in greenhouse gas emissions as a result of this conflict, a very relevant topic, of course, for COP28. Can you give us a bit of a glimpse into the numbers?
Yes, thank you, Nick, for the introduction. Indeed, we've been looking from the start of this full-scale invasion of Russia in Ukraine. We've been looking at the emissions that can be attributed to this act of aggression. And the numbers are actually quite big. I mean, during this COP28, we're releasing our third assessment, which covers the first or the 18 months of war, and the total emissions. The total additional emissions of this war is around 150 million tons of CO2. And that's quite big, because this is comparable to, well, it's even bigger than the annual emissions of a highly industrialized country like Belgium. So, and you should understand, we're talking about additional emissions, extra emissions, whereas we're all talking and we're all convening here at COP28 to make sure that the emissions are going down, and to avoid catastrophic climate change, it should go down rapidly. But this war caused by Russia only increases emissions. And actually, it's not only the military and the warfare itself that causes significant emissions, but it's also the fires in forests, agricultural land, and in the build-up area. We've also seen emissions from the refugee crisis, although that's relatively small. But the big chunk of emissions will happen in the future for the reconstruction of the country. I mean, we've seen massive destruction of buildings, hospitals, roads, other infrastructure, and Kakhovka Dam is a big event and a big example. And the reconstruction will need a lot of building materials. We're talking about cement, and we're talking about steel, and they're very carbon intensive. Now, these 150 million tons of additional emissions is, in monetary terms, almost $10 billion in damage. And we believe that Russia should be held accountable for the damage they're doing, not only to Ukraine but to the world community, because emissions, they don't know borders. It doesn't matter where they happen on the world, but these emissions caused by Russia could cause climate damage at the in some countries like Pakistan or in southern America. So at the same time, I do see an opportunity also for undoing the damage of Russia, and actually that's what Ukraine can do by replanting the trees that have been burned, but also make sure that the reconstruction of the country is green. And in our first estimations, we've already concluded that if the right incentives are being put in place, and of course Russia has to pay up, that these reconstruction emissions can be reduced by 30 to 40%. So that's
Let's
positive.
pause down that and come back on that. So, last but not least, let me welcome Roman Shakmatenko, the team leader of the UN Development Programme's Energy and Environment Portfolio in Ukraine. Roman, you're with this new centre that's been established with some funding from the Swedish International Development Agency. What are you hoping to achieve with this new centre?
Hi, Nick. Hi, colleagues. First of all, I'm very happy to see you today, and very great that we have this opportunity to talk about those very important questions, actually. But just before I start answering your question, if you don't mind, can I have a couple of comments on the previous issues, such as energy damage assessment, Kahovka?
Yeah, sure. Not too long, because you can also bring it out in the chat that we'll come to afterwards. But fire away.
Just very briefly, I would like to make some points that are actually very interconnected with what you're asking about as well. So adding up on what Alexei said about the what happened to the energy system and what's going on with the renewables, I would like to say that last year, UNDP, together with the World Bank on the first iteration, second iteration, UNDP only, provided a very extensive energy damage assessment report. So basically, according to this report, more than a half of generation capacities have been destroyed for 2022-23. More than 60% of maneuvering capacities were destroyed, and that was 60% before Kahovka Dam, because Kahovka Dam was not only the source of generation capacities, but a unique maneuvering capacity.
What do you mean by maneuvering capacity, just for the audience?
Maneuvering capacity is your instrument for the energy system to cover the peaks and downs of the energy consumption. So basically, So if you don't have those, you're very much you're very much inefficient system. So each energy system requires those a lot. So 60% plus destroyed. Transmission capacities were something that Russians targeted from the first day. And due to the situation that Ukrainian energy system was built as a Soviet kind of a system, very much centralized. So basically, if you hit one point, you're able to, to hinder a big chunk of the system. So therefore, the transmission capacities were down more than half as well. But this brings to another very much important point. The TPPs fired by coal, which are also the source of highly maneuvering capacities as well, were also destroyed, mainly destroyed. And currently, although the government is trying to restore some of them, it is a question whether it will be, basically, because the coal access, the access to the coal is hindered. Why I'm saying about the coal, because now, taking into account that basically there's not much choice, Ukraine has to proceed with a coal phase out. That's my opinion, that it is quite obvious that Ukraine will have to proceed with a coal phase out and search for more sustainable solutions, including the maneuvering capacities. But not only that Ukraine has to do that, but you have to decentralize your system so you don't have that problem.
So Roman, I'm going to have to stop you a little bit there because I think we can start bringing in people as more a debate here, right? Because I think you set out some very good points there. And so maybe we can just bring everybody in here and maybe I can frame it this way. So, I mean, it's clear there's been huge amounts of damage, huge amounts of greenhouse gas emissions. The hitting of that dam has consequences which are still being understood, but some are already quite clear. Obviously, biodiversity, I mean, sometimes people in the middle of conflict forget that, you know, we actually do need our biodiversity. We do need all these are part of the resilience also of agriculture. When you're building back better, you need your pollinators, you need, and so on and so forth. So these are the resources of a nation that need to be taken into account. And then, of course, there's the issue of the greenhouse gas emissions. I'm sure that for many people watching this show, they're thinking, how can they be talking about all this when there's still conflict going on in the East? And but the fact is we need to look to the future and a better future, and what do we do? So I'm really picking up on first on this issue of the dam. Elena, when we talked before this show, and I think some other people were part of that conversation, there are these interesting choices emerging right now that one could build back the dam as it is, a hydroelectric dam, fantastic, or is there a possibility of a completely different vision? In other words, the land there could support, say, renewable energy, for example, maybe less land for the same number of gigawatts, right, or megawatts. What's the discussion that's going on there? Try and illuminate it for the audience.
Yes, you're correct. There is a number of clashes in opinions what to do from now on. Indeed, the government said that there is a need to rebuild the dam because of the various services that the dam provided to agriculture, industry, drinking water. On the other hand, many environmentalists, but also people of culture and historians say that we cannot allow to build dam and flood the territory, which is historically and environmentally important to the country. And, you know, in order to provide this 350 megabytes of lost electricity, we can build, you know, renewables. But also there's a third opinion that we should find kind of a compromise of the two. You know, build a dam somewhere else, leaving part of the territory to nature and people, and the other will be again flooded. But again, these are just speculations unless we have very thorough research of the environmental consequences of each scenario, including value of ecosystem services provided by either the Kakhovka Dam or by the current ecosystems which are involving.
Does anybody want to come here? I mean, I don't know what the capacity of the Ukraine is for actually, you know, completely transforming itself into a renewable energy superpower. But there's obviously it's a big country. Infrastructure has been damaged. Building back better. The world knows we need to get off coal. Coal needs to go first, and then. Actually, also oil needs to go now as well. But anyway, it's a complicated story, yeah. But what anyone want to comment on this building back better with a renewable energy future?
I like with a great pleasure. So I would say like even right now, like we can say about the renewable energy, but like we have now, like if we're speaking about low carbon, like if we bring the nuclear here, which is like I know that's controversial, but like with the nuclear and renewable and hydropower, we have even now during the war, like more than 60-75% of the electricity mix, which is low carbon, which is basically, I would say, better for the majority of the EU member states. So the alliances that Ukraine is willing to join. Of course, we still heavily relying on oil, on the gasoline, but even though like we have more EVs than like lots of our Western neighbors, and we have a huge amount of chargers, and the EVs market is really booming right now. Like we have more than 70,000 EVs in Ukraine. We are the country who uses a lot heating system. So we are the country with a very strong winter. So we will still rely on gas. But the coal will be phased out in 2035 according to the governmental plan. It's really it's really hard. It's really unreliable. And we spoke already in the beginning about the subsidies. So it's heavily subsidized. It's not profitable. So we will cut off our coal-fired generation, and we are able to use the infrastructure of this coal plant because there is grid, there are transformers there, so we can transform them into a new object. And what is more interesting, if we will bring Chernobyl disaster here, so the land of Chernobyl is also planning by the government to use at a renewable hub. So there are infrastructure there from Chernobyl, so grid and a lot of transformers, and we are able to do the investment project. And I think it's not a classified secret. We already doing something like even right now, even during the war there. So answering your question, yes, Ukraine will be the renewable and green hub, a power bank of Europe and of the world.
Leonard, any thoughts on this? I mean, do you think there's a great potential for renewables there in Ukraine?
No, definitely there is a huge potential. And I think it's also important to realize that, if even at grassroots level in Ukraine, at least when I'm talking to Ukrainians, they realize that fossil fuel is the unreliable source of energy. Because if they keep on using fossil fuel, they are vulnerable. So I think you very easily, if you approach it from a security of energy supply, then you really hit a chord with the Ukrainians. So with all these aspects all together, renewable becoming cheaper, Ukrainians themselves want to get rid of fossil fuel. It's just a matter of time.
I think it's important, Leonard, to note that it's not just Ukraine that is vulnerable in terms of fossil fuel supplies. The rest of Europe seemed to be suddenly in chaos. So this notion of energy independence glimpsed through the lens of renewable energy and storage. Maybe that's where the dam story comes in. It could store a lot as well. Is really there. Yeah. We've kind of the biodiversity story. Just so we can get back on that with our two other wonderful guests. Are there any plans? I mean, one of the big debates at COP28 and also COP27 was, can we move food systems to a more regenerative food systems, which of course is good for human health in terms of food, but also a lot of farmers find that they can get off pesticides or not use as many pesticides, and at the same time you reduce climate greenhouse gas emissions. And of course, Ukraine being a massive breadbasket and a farming country, is there a way of building back better with the agriculture as well to benefit biodiversity and farmers, if I can put it that way? Anybody want to comment?
I can comment if nobody.
What about our two ladies here? I mean, they're important too. So men can't take over the world. We have to. It has to be balanced now.
Is that maybe Alessia could step in?
Alessia, can you come in on that?
Agriculture is responsible for 1/3 of greenhouse gas emission in Ukraine, and the main sources are the loss of soil organic carbon by croplands and also nitrogen oxide emissions. So that high productivity of Ukrainian soils and agriculture actually expanse of Ukrainian nature. Arable lands cover almost 60% of Ukraine, and that show negative trend, and it's reducing biodiversity of Ukraine at all. But also during last 2 years we investigate interesting topic about nature-based solutions and how they can be implemented in Ukrainian agriculture, and we discovered that our agriculture, our soil can store carbon dioxide, can store, can catch it and be profitable not only by money, by crops, but also by catching carbon. If we will implement all of the possible nature-based solution in agriculture, for example, it can be different type of agroecology practices or also green infrastructure in between the fields. It can help us to achieve carbon neutrality of agriculture in Ukraine.
Leonard, do you want to comment?
Yeah, no, talking about, agriculture, Ukraine is an agricultural powerhouse, exporting a lot of food, feeding, many parts of the world. But also, if we look into the reconstruction of Ukraine, I do see an enormous potential for Ukraine here as well, because we all want to move away from cement and steel. I mean, this is a movement that we see now in whole of Europe, and we want to move to bio-based building materials. Because the beauty of bio-based building materials is when they, grow, they take out the carbon from the atmosphere, and you basically store it in a building. And just to give you an example, the production of hemp is a very fast-growing crop, and it can be used to insulate buildings, for example. So, if Ukraine not only starts to grow these bio-based building materials for its own reconstruction, but also start exporting this to Europe, you would have an enormous benefit to the climate, because we're basically taking out the CO2 from the atmosphere and store it in buildings.
We could have a much longer conversation here, but I mean, it's really fascinating to hear about, in a sense, the confidence and the optimism that and the plans, and obviously more assessments are needed in some areas for the final decisions, but all these choices that could happen in a post-conflict setting.
Despite the fact that we are witnessing so much destruction of our natural ecosystems, our agriculture and industry, we are all hopeful that this is a perfect opportunity to get rid of all the Soviet legacy, the heavy industry, the very extensive agriculture. And now it's just reinvent everything, starting from our mindsets. What is agriculture for us? What are forests for us? What kind of zoning even we would like to have? But this requires a lot of discussions. We have to build this common societal consensus, and we do require support of the best creative scientific minds of the world who would like to test their approaches and offer their support. So we really call for help to reinvent our energy systems, our agriculture, our forestry, like everything that we have, because we have so much energy that we would like to put into it. And not even reinvent, we do have brilliant minds, but the scale of the destruction is so massive that we really would like to have some help on that.
Thank you very much indeed for being with us, and we wish you all the best of luck. And I think so many people around the world are looking at what is happening in Ukraine, and I think it's refreshing to hear that there is so much thinking, planning, action, and optimism towards building back better for a different kind of future. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Nick. Have a good one. Have a good day.
Thank you.
After watching this profound session on Ukraine, let's now hear from a very special guest who is closely involved in the environmental fallout of this war. On Zoom, I'm honored to have with us Oleksiy Pinchuk, Director of the Department of Minister of Agrarian Policy for Ukraine. Wonderful to have you with us here, sir. we heard that, amazingly, environmental initiatives in Ukraine are enduring despite the ongoing conflict, such as the 200-megawatt wind turbine station in the occupied Mykolaiv region. So what do you think the world can learn from Ukraine on persevering in decarbonization efforts, even in the most adverse conditions?
So unfortunately, the world can learn from Ukraine that during the war, it's very difficult to implement some green reforms. It's very difficult to try to reduce the emissions of CO2 to the environment, but we still, even during the work time, during the active war phase, we do our efforts, everything we can do. We also work on green energy, and I'm, as a representative of Ministry of Agriculture and Food of Ukraine, can say that we are trying to implement all the EU standards on the sustainable agriculture and green agriculture.
Thank you. So what sort of a long-term impact do you predict to see as a result of the massive loss of biodiversity in Ukraine? And what can be done about it? I know that you're doing your utmost, but the long-term impact, could you please walk us through this?
It's very difficult to predict it, actually, because it's very difficult to calculate the losses at the moment. But it's understandable that due to the highly polluted areas with explosives and potential dangerous objects will cause more and more problems to us in biodiversity. In this case, we should understand that, first of all, when the war will be ended, we should do a clear audit to understand in detail what was the impact of the war to biodiversity.
Thank you very much. May I also ask you, how is your situation where you're based now? Is it fairly calm, or are you under any type of threat?
I work directly in Kyiv, in the capital. It's very well covered by air defense systems, fortunately. It was not so during the first year of the war, but I think that it's one of the safest cities right now in Ukraine. I was here for all the time together with our ministry team. We were working probably directly from Kyiv, even under the invasion was in front of the city. But right now it's as secure as it's possible in the countries in open war conflict.
Thank you very much. We're very grateful that you're able to do this, even if you're in a war situation, indeed. This war has, of course, massively disrupted agriculture practices. What are the adverse effects this has had on food distribution, also production, and of course, of management of the agrarian sectors?
So first of all, we should understand that about 20-25% of agricultural land can't be cultivated right now because of occupation or pollution by explosives. This is the first thing that really has a big impact. The second thing is the problems with export, as Black Sea was closed by Russian military forces for a long time, and it was a traditional export route. More than 90% of export was going through the seaports. It created a lot of problems with supply chains from Ukraine to other countries, for countries who really need the production that being created here. And this is a big threat to the food security of the world. We can analyze the numbers for prices of main crops when the war began, and we can see that it was about 20% rise for all these prices, which are difficult for European countries, but really impossible for African, Asian, and other countries, developing countries. So I believe these are the main threats and main problems right now in agriculture.
So, of course, these are very dire implications of what the war has brought. So roughly how many percent of your grain, because that's the biggest export, I understand, if correct, right? How many percent is coming out of the country?
I believe up to, it depends on the year of the harvest, but from 70 to 80%.
So happy to see you.
So it's a big shift for sure.
Yeah.
Let's shift focus a bit to the wildlife and natural regions and waterways. Of course, there's a lot of local damage to these aspects of nature, and we often fail to connect this to the wider environmental impact this activity will have on Europe and the planet, because, of course, your rivers flow into the rest of Europe, et cetera, et cetera. Could you speak a little on what sort of long-term impact this destruction on nature could have on the continent? Of course, the biggest impact is in your country, but even further in other countries surrounding Ukraine.
It's really difficult for me to answer this question because we have not analyzed such impact right now for our neighboring countries. We are concentrated right now more on understanding how to react on the things that are happening probably right now during the every day of the war. But it seems to me that according to the climate changes, as we can see, at least southern Ukraine becomes, the average temperature becomes hotter during the year, and we all need to invest in irrigation processes, things like destruction of Kakhovska Dam that was destroyed in Khersonska Oblast. They create irrigation disasters for the big areas of agricultural fields, and we only can see in a few years what the impact would be to the global environment.
Well, thank you. Are you able to send any delegates to the COP in this situation? Do you know if you have staff, like a regular team, that were able to go?
Yes, we also have. We always have people who were able to go, but as the ministry is not the main responsible body from Ukraine for climate and climate changes, we decided to participate this year online just to save the money that can be used for business trips, booking of hotels, and so on, and to put our position all together with Ministry of Environment via online.
Thank you. The Ukraine war is estimated to have cost an additional roughly 150 million tons of CO2 emissions. And this is, of course, roughly the equivalent of standard countries or medium-sized countries' annual emissions. Do you hold out any hope for any war-related discussions connected to climate emissions, connected to war from the COP? Do you think this will be brought up at all?
Everybody understands that war provides very bad harm to climate, but we should also everybody understands that war is very bad for people, for citizens, for their lives, for families. And if we already speaking 1 year and a half about this disaster here in Ukraine, and the war has not been stopped, still has not been stopped, I actually don't believe that somebody will stop the war because of the climate, but it should be an additional signal because not everybody understands that war has a big impact on the climate. And we should have a good communication. And my signal to COP28 would be just to communicate, to explain people as much as possible that the war causes problem not only for citizens and their lives, but also for the global climate that will also influence on their countries in several years.
Thank you very much. And of course, also the focus on arms production and just the focus on how you handle the war situation, of course, draws resources from the work with the climate. That's obvious. We can see that in many countries now. We have to up the industry that produces weapons, etc. Well, that is done. So we need focus to be still on climate, and we're very delighted to have with you on this topic here. And I have a final question for you. Looking forward, when there is peace, we need to have that on our vision, of course, that there will be peace very soon. For a number of reasons, of course, we are very much worried for the people of the Ukraine. So after peace, what do you think will be the effect of the agrarian situation in the Ukraine? Will there be any changes, any reforms after you have been able to remove all the landmines and cleaned up the water? Of course, obviously, you will need help from other countries to afford this and to do it. But is there any shifts in perspective when it comes to agrarian practices and that are related to climate? Could there be anything little bit of a good that comes out of this transition?
I would say that, as I mentioned during the start of our conversation today, that we didn't stop any reforms as the war began. It may be paused it for some time, but we are still implementing, let's say, all the Green Deal legal package. So we are moving to be in line with the EU standard practice on green agriculture and so on and so on. As I know from colleagues from the Ministry of Environment, they are also working on their part on the environment. So the reforms are ongoing. We are continuing. We understand the importance of reducing impact on the climate in our spheres. The main thing that can be changed after the peace, we will invite all the countries that I would like to invite all the countries from COP28 to help us to do the analysis of the actual situation after the war with climate, to prepare a detailed report, and then to develop a plan how to approach to the normal standards. And in this way, we also can see how the war has impacted our climate, and it will also can be used in the reports of Russian crimes.
Thank you so much. Of course, this is a very important aspect to take with us into the next steps. And we really, really hope, of course, that the next steps will come soon, that there will be peace for your country and this part of the world. Thank you for joining us today, and best of luck hanging in there and keeping the perspective on the future, even if it's in the middle of a crisis. We really appreciate that you have joined us in this session. So thank you again, and take care, and best of luck with your work.
Thank you, Katie. Have a nice event.
Thank you. Wow, this is difficult to grasp, that you're having this conversation with a person that is actually in a country that is stricken by war, even if Kiev is under good protection with their air forces and their protection from the drone attacks, it is still a situation that the person is in a war situation. And that makes us even more grateful that he's actually able to be with us. We need to keep this conversation ongoing. It's difficult for us to sometimes focus on the topics of climate while there are war raging, but we need to have both these perspectives in our minds, and of course they do overlap as most things do that are related to our planet. They do overlap. So now we leave this session, this strong session about Ukraine, and move on to the next. Thank you. The climate crisis is just not a crisis of our time. It's a crisis of the future. one that our children and our children's children will inherit. In this session, we're going to look at the We Don't Have Time Future Voices campaign. It's an initiative that is combining AI technology and the messages that youths have for us to give us a different perspective on the crisis that we're facing today. To start, we're going to be looking at a video that utilizes AI technology to transform the youth of today into the adults and leaders of tomorrow. Let's roll this hero video for this initiative to set the scene.
This is transmission attempt 81.
My name is Sam, and I'm speaking to you from the year 2050. Now, climate change is accelerated, and the impact is felt daily. Rising sea levels, scorching heat waves, raging wildfires, hurricanes and droughts displacing millions. No one is safe. No one is unaffected. Everyone suffers. But this is not a distant scenario, because all of this is actually happening right now. The choices world leaders make today will determine the kind of world we will live in tomorrow. The future is now.
Cut.
Nice. Do you think they'll listen to this?
Yeah, I look like an old man.
Well, that's powerful. Really, really, really powerful. And I'd like to invite David Olson, co-founder of We Don't Have Time, to join me here in the studio and to tell us a little bit more about the Future Voices campaign. So David, first give us some background. How did this all start?
Well, to be honest, I don't know about you, but last couple of years, I've had the sense that I'm living in a science fiction story. I first realized the danger of the climate situation when I saw Al Gore's An Inconvenient Truth back in 2006, many, many years ago now. And that warning and all those dangers that we all knew about then have lately come to materialize. And by consequence, the world has become more and more surreal, in a sense. We have more and more devastating wildfires, natural disasters, flooding, heat waves that are unprecedented. And we are living in that now. In that future, that was the future then, we are living that now. And I was in my 20s back then, and also what I've come to realize, or what we've seen the past years, is that it's the youth, young people, that are speaking truth to power today. Their voices are the ones that are the most to the point about this issue, about what needs to be done. And this campaign is a way for us, that We Don't Have Time, to give that voice to the youth and make it as powerful as we can.
It is truly fantastic, David. I'm very, very, very much in awe of this campaign, I'd say that. So what are you trying to communicate to the audiences here?
We want to communicate, we want to strengthen the voices of the youth. And I think I shouldn't be talking about it anymore. I shouldn't try to describe it. I think it needs to be seen by itself, because I think we should roll just one clip and you can see for yourself.
Okay, let's take another clip. I think we need to see.
This is Transmission Attack 74. I am Valeria Horton, and I'm speaking to you from Mexico in the year 2050. a country burdened by a lack of any real decision-making and global actions. Over the years, I've seen my country transformed. My hometown, Mexico City, has been one of the first cities to reach day zero, leaving millions of people without daily access to water. And this situation is even worse in the north of Mexico, where rising temperatures and severe droughts have exacerbated already challenging living conditions. I can go on for hours, but we don't have time. The delayed response over the last decades only amplified the social and economic losses and damages we now face, and these consequences could have been prevented in 2023. Time is running out. The choices world leaders make today will determine the kind of world we will live in tomorrow. The future is now.
This is transmission attempt number 48.
My name is Agustin Ocaña, and I'm transmitting from Ecuador in the year 2050. A country born by the lack of decision-making. Over the years, I have seen my hometown, my country, my land transformed. I can't believe we lost cacao as our national plant. Now it's just growing in labs. We cannot harvest it anymore. The floods and the plagues make it impossible for us. The jungle, the Amazon, is covered by acid rain, and Galapagos is drowning every year due to the sea level rising. I could go on for hours, but we don't have time. The strange thing is that these things are happening right now, in your time, in 2023, in your backyard. Time is running out. The choices world leaders make today will affect the world we live tomorrow. The future is now.
David, it's very emotional to watch this. So as a creator, how do you feel when you see these voices from the future?
I feel a mix of emotions, actually, and that I think is a testament to the power of these videos. I mean, for one, I feel fear, shame, and guilt. But I also feel pride and awe. These are real climate advocates and activists that have recorded these videos and stand behind these messages. And that to me is something very hopeful.
So David, how do you see AI as a potential tool to really even enhance this type of understanding of what's going to happen in the future, beyond what you created now?
I think it's a fantastic tool, but that's mainly what it is. It's a tool. In the real thing that will create change is not tools, it's people using tools. So the AI is really more just a layer that we add on to these climate advocates, young climate advocates, to make their message as powerful as possible.
So David, we need to enhance this movement even further. So I understand there is a pledge connected to this campaign. Could you tell us about this, please?
Yes, there is. If you go to the campaign site, which is at futurevoices.info.
.info, that's important.
Yes, futurevoices.info. You can support this campaign by signing the pledge. And it's a pledge to phase out fossil fuels and set an end date to fossil fuel extraction and accelerate solutions and safeguard a just and fair transition. So that is what we're rallying the world behind, that call for an end to fossil fuel, which is in support of the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty.
And of course, this is the elephant in the room that we really need to address.
That is the elephant in the room that we're addressing all day through here.
And we just have to keep on doing it. Thank you so much, David Olsson, for creating this fantastic campaign and for joining us on this segment here. And now turning to a guest we have on Zoom. We have with us a youth representative from Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty that David just mentioned. And we're going to share their action points for phasing out fossil fuels and to get rid of this grim future. We have with us Mitzi Janelle Tan, climate justice activist at the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. And she is in Dubai and she's joining us via Zoom. So wonderful to have you with us here, Mitzi.
Hi, everyone.
Hi there, good to see you. I understand you also have a youth space. Tell us a bit about this.
So at the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, we see the importance of having young people leading the conversations in the just transition in the fossil fuel phase out, because it is young people who are among the most vulnerable to the climate crisis and will experience the climate crisis in the long term, but also who are capable of enacting the solutions that we're starting and building today into the future. And so it's so important that we bring young people into this conversation. That's one of the things that the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty does, really emphasizing the empowerment of youth and having young people at policies, but also actions and speaking and in different spaces, recognizing the diversity of tactics that we need in order to push for a fossil fuel phase out, especially at a UN climate summit in the UAE, where we see that, the COP president is a CEO of an oil company, and leaked documents have shown that he's been using the bilateral meetings on the lead up to COP to lobby for fossil fuels. And so now more than ever, we need that Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, which really pushes for essentially a phase out of fossil fuels, a just transition, and a non-proliferation, which means that we don't start any more new infrastructures and any more new fossil fuels, and that we start that phase out and we make sure that the just transition goes from the global north to the global south, and then there's a financing of that, and as well making sure that workers in the dirty industries are not left behind.
So Mitzi, what are your expectations on the fossil fuels really being in the negotiations, that the elephant will be brought out into the room and sort of addressed properly?
It has to be, because this is the 28th COP that we've had. And every year it gets worse and worse, and the action is too slow. The financing for renewable energies is not coming in fast enough. All the other things, the adaptation, loss and damage, is not coming fast enough. And especially fossil fuels, we've been lagging so much. We need the fossil fuel phase out in the final text outcome. And we need to ensure that world leaders actually put this into implementation, and that we ensure basically the non-proliferation of fossil fuels, which is the mass weapon of destruction of this generation. We need to understand that fossil fuels is not the way into the future. And we need to leave it behind in the past, because it is keeping us from building that better world where everyone is safe.
Thank you so much, Mitzi. David, would you like to comment on the importance of what the Fossil Fuel Treaty is doing in this aspect of connecting to youth and this transition that you're portraying in the future, the videos?
Well, speaking of technology and AI technology, there's this one silver bullet solution and awesome technology that we can use, and it's putting fossils where they belong in the ground, leaving them there.
It is a silver bullet.
That is where we must start this. If we do it, so much will follow. If we manage to rally the world around such agreements.
And it's really a no-brainer. We are at the climate conference, and we really need to talk about the fossil fuels.
Yes, we need to continue being bold there, definitely. And I just want to add one thing. we also have a youth hub. So everyone who signs the pledge, and if you're under 30, you will get invitations to the youth hub. It's a live watch party where everyone under 30 can join for live discussions and also watching our broadcast, and also potentially joining the broadcast and interacting with our youth hub leaders. So that's another reason to sign the pledge. Not the biggest reason, but one reason.
And the hashtag is simple, hashtag end fossil.
Yes.
As simple as it could be. Well, thank you very much Mitzi, and thank you very much, David, for being in this segment here. Let's now zoom over to Dubai for a panel of youth who are going to discuss this in an open dialogue. So over to you, Nick.
Great. Katerina, hi, nice to see you. What a great initiative this is, and I'm very pleased to have 4 youth in this panel. And let me introduce them. So great. We've got Maximo Mazzocco.
Here.
Is that okay? Is that roughly right?
Mazzocco, yeah.
Mazzocco, okay, great. He's founder of the Eco House Global. Maximo is an advocate and entrepreneur for sustainability with more than 15 years of experience in the field. He's a declared pangeist. I may need to ask you what that is sometime.
Pangeist.
Okay, yeah. What is that?
Well, it's working in the microphone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, pangeist is a synonym of a person that works for a better world.
Okay. And he's founder of Eco House Global and Eco News. He's got a book out. I could go on here, right? So there's a long intro here, but I think we've got a lot there. Rashid Montesia is coming in through Zoom, I believe. She's founder and president of Eco Linko. And he has improved learning conditions and combated climate change for Moroccan youth, and also worked internationally, engaging with Moroccan and Jordanian civil society members. And then we've got Nick. Oh, you would like me to come backwards? Okay, I'm being directed to go backwards. Okay, I have to sit in this little chair. I've been sitting this all day. It gets so boring after a while. Then we've got Marco Gavesi. He's coordinator of the COP28 task force at the European Youth Energy Network.
Yes, yeah? Indeed.
And Marco is an energy and climate advocate with extensive experience in Italy, Africa, and Europe. Done TEDx. Great, fantastic. Gloria Aguirre. Ajeri, okay. Program officer at GYEM. That must be a Ghanaian youth organization.
Yeah, Ghana Youth Environmental Movement.
Okay, great. And she is a young Ghanaian environmentalist and agri-food system advocate who works with youth and local farmers to champion eco-friendly agriculture. So, maybe I can go across to you, Marco. Just let's talk a bit about the future of renewable energy, how that is evolving, particularly in terms of innovative technologies like green hydrogen. What do you envision for these very innovative renewables that are coming along?
Well, I think the future of renewables, it will be diversified, so it will be decentralized, so a different future than what we used to. So there will be the production of renewable energy and essence of hydrogen as a green vector. It will be localized where the consumption will be. So there will be a reimagination of the energy infrastructure, of the energy consumption, and the energy production itself. So we are part of this transition. The transition is already occurring. We are seeing that renewable energies, as compared to larger power plants, are built where the consumption is, as everywhere in Europe, in developing countries, in everywhere, like this new concept of developing of renewables according to the local communities. And I see hydrogen as a vector for decarbonization of specific sectors. Of course, green hydrogen is not something new. It's something that is very consolidated already. There were not enough investment in the past, but now has been seen that certain sectors, such as auto-based sectors, can be decarbonized through hydrogen and can be produced in a green way.
So do you see your career path going forward into the long distance future, because you're still quite young, unlike me, being a renewable energy entrepreneur, running your own business, or working in the communities to bring that renewable energy in?
Well, that's a good question. At the moment, I'm still figuring out. As an entrepreneur, I work for Green Guiding Youth and finding their job. So I'm have a platform that help you in finding their green jobs. But as a main work, I'm working in renewable energy. So at the moment, I'm still figuring out what I really want to do when I be a grown-up man.
Yeah, I mean, this clearly is. I mean, at the COP here, there's a plan to, agree a tripling of renewable energy by 2030 and a doubling of energy efficiency. It seems like a no-brainer because I just saw yesterday, was it that solar power in the last 18 months has doubled capacity worldwide? I mean, I think they can hit that tripling quite fast, actually, if they want to.
Yes, yes. I mean, we see that in Europe as well. Like the renewable energy capacity is growing so fast compared to the previous year.
Yeah. I'll come back to you. Stay with us. Rashid, hello, hi. You're coming in on the magic of Zoom. Yeah, lovely to see you there.
Good to see you.
What role do you see youth engagement playing in addressing contemporary challenges, and how can we be sure that diverse youth voices are included in shaping all these many solutions, emerging and ones that will be needed that we can't even imagine yet?
Thank you so much, and I'm sorry for not joining in person. I'm actually just a few meters from you. There was a problem in the badge, but it's a beautiful and priceless gift that you're giving to youth capacities and voices to pass the message on behalf of the others that did not join the COP28. And speaking of the COP28, the first thing that comes to my mind when I see gatherings like this is what's going on behind and what is before and during and after. And so that brings us to what humanity actually, learned from the World War II. Like it's more about gathering and bringing people together, and that touches on the question of what can the youth people actually play as a role in advancing climate solutions. And so, by bringing capacities together, by helping communities, I'm talking about local communities, figuring out their own real problems and challenges and priorities will be a beautiful and a great key to an unbelievable path of development and fighting climate change. And that means investing in youth that could go back to their own communities, which on one hand, they can't put an effort to build trust with their own communities, so it's already there. And on another hand, they're fully involved in building and designing their own ideas of environmental projects in the future. And so I mentioned the local communities as the bottom of society, and that's the startup.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll come back to you. Stay with us. Gloria, empowering communities in your country, Ghana. It mentions in the intro that you're involved in a lot of agricultural stuff. How are you empowering youth in this sector?
Okay, thank you very much for the question, Nick. Basically, my work focuses on youth education and engagement, and then also community empowerment. So that is what I do. And with this, I try to bring in young people, try to develop capacity building initiatives first, build their capacity, and then work with them on various projects or various initiatives to tackle environmental issues in our community. I'll give you an example. So let's say in 2020, COVID-19, we were in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic, and then there was a community in Ghana that had water poverty issues. And water was very essential during that time. If you remember, we needed water to wash our hands, to protect us and all of that. And we went into this community and realized that young people within these communities are mostly affected by this situation because they need to keep themselves safe from the virus and need to also have water for their daily lives. So we went in there and then we engaged them. We brainstormed with them. How do you want your water kiosks to be, or how do you want us to address this situation you are facing? And then we provided some solutions run it by them. And then they told us what would work for them. And we worked with them to implement a water kiosk in that community called Treba. For me, at that moment, I realized that when you include youth in addressing climate issues, in addressing environmental issues within their community, you are able to build a more sustainable initiative, because they would depend on this all the days of their life within that community, and it will be sustainable. But when you work with the older folks, you realize that you create solutions that are short-term, or they don't go very far because they can't meet the younger generation's need. So these are some of the things I do with young people. Our most recent campaign, we embarked on a campaign which is still ongoing. It's a campaign calling for a ban on single-use plastics in Ghana, because we can all attest to the menace of single-use plastics. So what we did was, it was a very small team, young people, developing an initiative. How do we collaborate with government? How do we bring key people in to add their voice to this campaign? And it was very remarkable. If you go down to the grassroots, women coming on board, come and learn how to upcycle old clothes and use them for shopping, you know, as means to get people away from single-use plastic. So these are some of the ways in which I bring young people on board.
Very interesting indeed. Let's now go to our friend here, Maximo. Tell us a bit about some of the work that you're doing to actually empower youth and get things moving. Which areas is your, main inspiration? Which area of the story?
So we work in environmental education, in policy making, in communication, in consultancy. We have more than 40 ongoing programs just in EcoHubs Global. But what we have been realizing lately is that after this huge youth movement that exploded in the last couple of years, that movements, we can say, no? That we are everywhere talking with initiatives, with civil society, etc. Now we realize that it's the time for the next step. We realize that youth needs to get political. We need to get into politics. We cannot see everything from the outside anymore. We need to keep pushing from the outside with non-political party as civil society, but we need more people in the inside. So we right now are empowering and trying to support or motivate any youth that wants to get involved actually in political parties, because we need them everywhere. And also in companies, in the private sector. The same concept, but in the private sector. So if someone comes and say, I want to be an entrepreneur and do this business, a triple impact business or 5 impact business or whatever impact business, we support you, we motivate you, we will try to empower you in any kind, with anything we can. I come from a country, Argentina, now we have a new president. It's a G20 country that our president doesn't believe in climate change. And it's a little bit outrageous. And it's like, I cannot come from a country that my president does not believe in climate change. We are 70,000 people here trying to do something about this. So my message is, we need to get political. That's my new message. I'm evolving.
Let me ask a more general question here, because I'm always interested in this, which is, at what moment does a person become a youth, and what moment do they become a young adult? I know it's a difficult question. It's different in different countries as well. But I think it's an important point, because you're now talking about, you went through the youth network, in a sense, and you've got to the point in your life where you're saying to yourself, now I have to get political, I have to move on to a different pathway, not a completely different pathway, but a different pathway. Is there a point, I suppose the last thing I can say is the youth network that flourished, with Greta and all this sort of stuff and moved on, that did give birth to a lot of learning from a lot of people, a lot of experience, right, which is now being translated into you as, I would say, young adults rather than youth. Rashid, can you hear what we said, and what do you think? I have to be respectful to Zoom.
I hear you. It's very important when you touch on I feel like there's no barrier in order to push forward and into climate change solutions. So when we say youth, and my colleague just mentioned a very important point, that the Secretary General himself said that, I'm the Secretary General of the United Nations, but there's no way we can meet the needs of youth in the future. Therefore, there should be a very well understanding of the process and the engagement of youth into solutions. And of course, that can be through a national level, that could be international level. The only thing that also should be clear to people that the priorities are different. The priorities of countries are different, priorities of youth are different. And as long as this bubble brings these energies together and discuss it, it does create a path. The problem is the progress is there, but it's very slow. And so to make it as good, as fast as we want, is to link these energies, is to link these capacities together, whether it's youth, whether it's a decision maker, whether it's a donor. So this is the opportunity. We could be, as my friend said, like 7,000 people here, but is it really connected as good as it should be? And that's the question.
Yeah, I suppose what I'm trying to get at, though, is you've gone through the youth networks and things like that. You've all gone through the youth networks. You've gone through those. You've come to some conclusions about what needs to be done next. You can pass on your experience to youth around you. You can help empower youth around you. But as you say, you're now also moving into the areas of business, community projects, not including just youth, but women and others, and politics, right? So these areas that now bring all your learning into these arenas on an equal footing with people that were once considered adults, and you consider yourself youth, right? So this is an important experience that you've all had that now translates into something ever more impactful, I would think, in the world. So these youth movements have been very useful, that's what I'm trying to say. For all kinds of reasons, but they brought along a whole new generation of potential leaders, right, which can affect society going forward. Is that, am I right or am I wrong?
You're 100% right. Yeah. I mean, just to answer to your first question, and where is the boundaries when we are still youth or young adults or adults? I think there are different phases. And then it depends also when you get into this kind of movement, because as you said, it's like a learning opportunity. But I think the more you learn, the more you can be part of, but also at the political level. So you can differentiate it once you learn, once you know how to talk with politicians and then make decision. And then also at the end, it's good to be included, to have a seat next to the negotiator. Broad youth that are now here, I would just suggest to sit to your country's negotiator next to them and influentiate them, tell them what you think, and make sure that your ideas bring to the right table. And I think this is something that you learn by joining this kind of conferences such as COP.
Yeah, I think I would want to touch briefly on this in terms of what I categorize as youth. Over my past more than 4 years of working with young people, I would define young people to be people within the age brackets of 15 to, let's say, 30 years. Because working with these people, there's a different kind of energy they bring to the table, innovative ideas, and they seem to have a lot of time to dedicate to the volunteer work we just give them. Because you don't have to even give them money and all of that. They are very enthused to learn more. And for me, I feel these are the kind of people we really need to invest in to push the sustainable agenda we envision. Because these are the people who run with it for the next decade. If they should pass that phase of, let's say, 15 to 30 years. After that, they live with it. They tend to live their lives according to the sustainability standards and transfer it to the next generation. So for me, my focus will be that we should rather invest in young people within this age bracket. And in Africa, we are even privileged to have 70%, about 70% of our population being young people. That is a lot of resource for us to actually address this whole climate change agenda. So going forward, the next step should be investment into these people. What can we do? Capacity building, funding, support, start to engage. He was talking about political aspects. If we start looping them into some of these hard conversations, they tend to get a clearer picture and even get more innovative on how we can influence policies at the global level before continental and then national level as well. So that's my take.
I mean, if you had 70% of the population fully understanding and right on board with acting on climate change, then the political system, whatever it is, young or old or whatever, couldn't really do anything about it. They'd have to follow that path, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, we just have elections in Argentina, and more than 40% of the people that can vote is beneath 35 years old. Right. It's under 35 years old. So you can see that we have a lot of power. We are a climate change, a sustainability to go away in the next decade or 2 decades or 3 decades, because this is an ongoing thing that already started, and we need to deal with all the consequences, and we need to deal with the fact that it's our responsibility to do something. So this is happening, and if it started first in social media or in grassroots movements or whatever, now it's evolving and it's coming to politics, to companies, to all the sectors, and it's a constant evolution movement, because we are changing all the time. We have new solutions, we have new problems, we have new everything or old, but it's changing all the time. So for me, if you ask me if it's an age, it's a spirit. More than a spirit, but it depending of what are we talking about. You say, hey, you need to put money into youth. Yes, maybe we can say from this age to this age, and then it will change, because youth is born all the time. The one that is 14 years old, in 3 years is going to be 17. So now is youth. So it's more like a spirit. It's a sensation. It's like a thing that we need to embrace all. If you're 50 and you want to have this youth spirit and protect the new generations that are now and will come, I consider that you are working in youth movements in some way, but this is totally like, I don't know, everyone can have a different opinion. The thing is that we need to push.
I need to also wrap it up, because I've just been told that I've now hit the full time that we have. Thank you very much. It was short, but it was sweet, and it was very interesting. And I think that the audience will get a lot out of that. And I think this whole basis of the youth movements having triggered a whole new generation of people with an awareness of sustainability that takes it into their future life is really important. Rashid, thank you so much for being on. It's much more difficult on Zoom. I do apologize, but it's been great to have you. Thanks to everybody else here. And back to Stockholm, to Katarina in Stockholm.
Well, thanks, Nick. I'm now joined here on the sofa by Andreas Magnusson. We chatted with you earlier today, Andreas, and then Andreas shared his expectations and reflections for the COP. But I wanted to get your input on the EI, the wonderful AI, not EI, AI-built initiative, Future Voices. Please, Andreas.
Yeah, well, my initial reaction was that, well, this is weird, because I was reached out by We Don't Have Time, who of course has this campaign, and they had lots of ideas of how to make these videos, and I was like, well, this is going to take a lot of work, because I didn't have all the details of how to make it, but then as it progressed and I got to know more about it, I think it's a brilliant initiative, since adults quite clearly has issues in listening to young people. It's a good statement in itself to turn them older, make them more elderly. I don't know how to put it really, but yeah. And yeah, I mean, we talked a bit about it in the morning as well. Like, I'm working a lot with the storytelling parts of climate. And I think that this is a brilliant storytelling, grip to have on this.
I was very emotional when I saw it, as I'm sure the audience noticed. So what are your sort of deep feelings when you see this, Andreas? Because the Ecuador person, for instance, the young man there that became an older man, that was very, very moving to see his reflections from 2050. So, like, deep down, the feelings that these videos evoke.
Yeah, I think that the videos really communicate the things that I feel every day, and I have lots of friends all around the world. Mitzi, who was here just a couple of minutes ago, is one of my closest friends, and at times, she lives in the Philippines and they get struck by typhoons a couple of times each year. So I'm really worried that those times when it happens, because I don't know, because we can't talk to each other then. So I think that what the videos did was communicate what maybe activists who know each other from all over the world feel every day, and I think that is something that especially people here in Sweden and in Europe needs to also feel. and hear.
To understand this deep down. So Andreas, you're not just here because you're a prominent activist, but you're also moderating the youth hub that we are hosting this year at the COP. What are your hopes for the impact of the youth hub and well, the impact it will have on the messaging at the COP?
I think first of all, it sends out a clear message to negotiators and to adults being at COP right now that, okay, here is an actor, we don't have time, that takes this seriously, because there are lots of youth at COP, but the youth are rarely heard. And this year it's also way more difficult to protest due to it being where it is. So it's crucial that we get these kinds of initiatives where youth can meet each other and network and get to know each other, build a network, but also create messages together and platform each other. Because, as I said also in the morning, if we're talking about climate, if we're talking about societal changes, and not having youth with us, we're not having children with us, not having adults with us, not having the elderlies with us, then we're not going to get anywhere at all, and especially since the youth are going to take over at some point. At some point, the youth are going to sit there and negotiate stuff. Hopefully, we won't need to, but probably.
If we get our act together in this generation, and don't leave all the work to you, which we absolutely should not and cannot do this, that's going to be the case. So we really need to push. Speaking of pushing, what key messages do you think the Youth Hub will be successful and want also to convey to the leaders at the COP?
We've had amazing conversations today in the Hub where we've talked a lot about finance, of course, loss and damages, and making the transition just, which is of course really difficult. But considering the historical emissions that Europe has, we also have a bigger responsibility to act more swift and more fast and all of that, and also helping those countries who don't have the financial capabilities as we do, and that becomes also more crucial based on the conversations we've had today, due to the colonial heritage that we also have, because we need to address that, and we need to make it just, and we need to finance and fund those things that they can't fund themselves. Other stuff we've talked about is something that was very beautiful, was that we have to bear with us that we haven't done enough. None of us have. I haven't done enough. You haven't done enough. The people in this studio haven't done enough. But we also haven't given up.
For sure not.
No, and there is always that kind of, we can be grounded in that, knowing that we're still not there, but we also still haven't given up, and we still have each other to do all of this. And I think that was really important, especially when we talked about all of the, colonial heritages and historical emissions and what we need to fund and not fund, in being grounded in that, okay, we're working towards that goal, but we're not there yet, not quite yet.
Well, thank you very much, Andreas. I'm going to hand the moderation over to you for a bit. So best of luck, and I'll be listening in the background.
Thank you, Katarina. Now it's time for us to hear from the partners of this initiative on where they hope to take this project, the process of creating it, and the message they wanted to convey at COP28. With me via Zoom, we have Sadia Adado. She's a filmmaker working with Youth for Planet. And Sadia has a bachelor's in civil engineering from Cape Coast Technical University in Ghana, with leadership roles during her academic journey. And beyond her engineering pursuits, she's a passionate filmmaker and YouTuber dedicated to showcasing the untold stories of innovators in marginalized communities, striving to redefine Africa's image in science and technology on a global scale through her channels. And the second person joining me via Zoom is Fiona Pelham. That is the CEO of Positive Impact Events. And Positive Impact Events is a non-profit which exists to create a sustainable event sector and is powering the Pavilion for People. Fiona is also chair of ESO 2012-1, which is the sustainable event standard currently being revised for use at the Paris 2024 Olympic and Paralympic Games. And last but not least, joining me via Zoom is Professor Jason Blackstock. Jason Blackstock is the founder and CEO of How to Change the World's Social Enterprise, which is a spin-out from University College London. He's also co-founder and director of the We Make Change Social Enterprise, and he holds positions as either an adjunct professor or fellow at a number of top universities in North America and Europe, and is also an advisor to a number of climate tech startups. Thanks so much for joining me. And you're all, let's see if I have you here behind me, that's good. You're all doing different initiatives for youth during COP28, using different tools for youth engagement. And Fiona, could you tell us a little bit about this?
Thanks, Andreas. Yes, we are creating something called the Pavilion for People. So this idea has come from, imagine if all of our voices could be heard within COP and within the negotiations. Right now in Dubai, there will be many pavilions, these places where businesses and governments will be meeting and doing presentations. And we've created a virtual pavilion, which is accessible for anyone and everyone around the world. And it's a place where you can make your commitments and also explore how we can learn how to engage with one another when we are in different places. And most importantly, it picks up on a theme we've heard a lot today, which is addressing the elephant in the room of the fossil fuels and the fact that everybody currently has to fly to one location to be in the room at COP. In particular, for the Youth Pavilion, we have created a challenge that we're going to be sharing. And that challenge is how to design a COP fit for future needs. So we're going to be inviting all of the youth community to share their ideas. And hopefully later this week, we'll be able to report back on the ideas that we're getting in so that we can use that to shape future COPs. For over 18 months, we've been in conversations with many stakeholders involved in COP. And following this experiment, we're going to be back in communication with them to make sure that the voices are heard about what's needed for the future.
Thank you, Fiona. It's brilliant. Sadia, could you, I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. You will correct me now if I have said it wrong. Could you also tell me about the different tools for youth engagement that you have?
Hi, thank you for having me. I work with Youth for Planet. Yeah, we are an organization, youth-led organization that is aimed at promoting the voices of youth. We use this platform to promote the voices of youth here at COP28. We have an innovative powered solar-powered bike that we use to have an interview from all over, like with youth all over the continent, and we have questions that we ask and we pass.
Oh, that's brilliant. Sadia, what do you hope to achieve during the COP?
The hope to achieve. We hope to have the negotiation as the negotiation is going. Our hope is the youth. I'm sorry, I'm having a problem with the.
Oh, no worries at all. Are you still with us? No, not quite yet. In the meantime, we'll move over to Professor Jason Blackstock. Jason, could you tell us a little bit about your initiatives during COP and the different tools for youth engagement that you have?
Perfect, Andreas. Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be here. And very similar to Fiona, one of our aims with How to Change the World is to provide opportunities for students, early career professionals, youth from all around the world to be able to have their voices heard during this COP process. And not only during this COP process, but around the clock, around the year. Normally, we run boot camps and credit-bearing courses as How to Change the World, partnered with dozens of universities around the world and with corporates. On Saturday, tomorrow, we're actually running an Imagine a World workshop, and it's focused on trying to provide an opportunity for youth around the world to engage in a virtual process imagining the future they want to build. We can see on TV every day, we can see in the headlines the future we don't want, but we can't create a world that we can't imagine. And so we need to have the voices of youth also aspirationally discussing and shaping the world and building those future scenarios. And so it's an open, free workshop for anyone who wants to engage. We already have 600 registrants. We're partnered with Student Energy on it to really bring that conversation about what the future looks like. And many of those voices are going to record short videos so that we can have their voice shared back into not only the COP, but following the COP and throughout the year, because we really need those voices of the future we want to build heard. It just so happens I also had the pleasure of running this same workshop with the Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed for the Senior Women Leaders Forum back in May of this year. It's exactly the voices of youth through to the world leaders that need to be heard together and at the same time for the future that we really positively want to do. So please join us for an Imagine the World workshop tomorrow. Would love to hear your voices for those listening in the Youth Hub, and to bring those back next week into the Youth Hub to have those voices echoed throughout.
Oh, that's amazing, Jason. Could you tell me a little bit about the key message of what you're doing? Like, frame it a little bit more.
So the key message of how to change the world, what How to Change the World is about, is we believe everybody is changing the world through what they do, but we want to help provide the tools and the foundations to learn how to do that collaboratively and to bring the skills to bear on the sustainability issues that people care about. And so at the core of what we do is How to Change the World is provide those opportunities for people to come together from all around the world, all fully virtual, whether it's boot camps or courses or Imagine a World workshops or careers nights that are with all the companies that want to have people develop a sustainability angle within what they do, whether they're accounting companies or engineering companies. We're trying to provide the brokerage in between that and the skills and the mindsets for young professionals, students, youth, to be able to create the world, to change the world into the future they really want to have. So the goal for tomorrow is really Imagine a World. It's a scenarios-based workshop where individuals will be in small teams with students and colleagues from around the world. Our team's there to facilitate and guide, and it all leads towards building scenarios about the futures we really want to create, and then learning to tell that story in a way that can be heard by leaders around the world.
Thank you. Fiona, how can our viewers engage and spread this initiative that you have?
Well, by heading to the website, thepavilionforpeople.com, and there they can make commitments, and also go to the engagement forest where there are different engagement activities. In particular, there is one designed for the We Don't Have Time youth community, which is called Designing the Future of COP. They'll go through to a mirror board and they'll be able to give their input and ideas on some key questions and basically share what they think the future of a COP event could look like. So how can we all be engaged, and can all of our voices be heard? And I'll share one very tactical example of what I believe that could look like that we've been speaking about for the last 18 months or so. Imagine you were a negotiator at the COP and you're walking down the corridor into your negotiations, and there's some screens up, and the screens are saying that thousands of people right now are awake in Asia and they're committing to eating less meat. And you're about to go into negotiations. You would know that you had the voice of youth and others behind you with your commitments. And I think this is maybe the piece that we need to see negotiations and commitments really change in the next few years. So that's one idea of what it could look like.
Thank you so much. Sadia, I think you're back with us now, right?
Yeah.
Yes, great. So I will ask the same question to you. How can our viewers engage and spread the initiative that you're doing with Youth for Planet?
Thank you. You can, for Youth for Planet, they can join all our social media platforms. We stream live daily, and we show activities what inside activities of what exactly is happening inside the COP premises. And our hope is to promote the youth, the voices of youth around the globe, and give them the platform to amplify their voices and how they can be engaged in the fight against climate change and climate action. So basically, that's it.
Thank you. Time is running away from us, and I would like to say just thank you so much for joining me here in this panel. And with those words, I will also hand it back to Katarina.
Well, thank you so much, Andreas. This was a great panel, great work, and great insights shared. So I'd like to thank, again, also all the voices here, the Future Voices session panelists and participants. We are almost at the end of our first day of broadcasting here from Stockholm and Dubai, of course, but we'll still have some great interviews, some final interviews to enjoy. It's been an excellent start to the climate dialogue here in Dubai and indeed in Stockholm. So from discussions to fossil-free flying, to the non-fossil fuel proliferation treaty, and also the coverage of the environmental toll of war in Ukraine. We hope you've enjoyed these sessions as much as we have. We're now going to head back over to Dubai for a special interview with the United Nations Development Programme. So I'll be handing over to my colleague Nick Nuttall for this session. Over to you, Nick.
Could I ask the password for this iPad that I'm reading from, because then it just closed, it shut itself down. Just let me know, Mogs. But we've got Cassie Flem with us here from UNDP. Cassie, what's your official title for UNDP?
So I am the Global Director of Climate Change at UNDP.
Okay. So, you know, we have many, many people on the shows, and we have progressive business with science-based targets. We've had a lot of youth on today because we got a big new youth initiative, and that's really good. And during the week, we'll have cities and other things. From time to time, we get people from the UN because we have this wonderful partnership with UNDP. But sometimes I wonder, the question is, when the audience watches, what does the UN Development Programme do in the area of climate change? Because you do many other things too, right?
Yeah, right. And it can be, when you say the UN, it is such a huge organization that focuses on everything from the big sort of treaty negotiations like we have here at the UNFCCC or the General Assembly, and then you have work that is on the ground. And at UNDP, so we're the United Nations Development Programme, and so we focus a lot on the SDGs. Right. How can we bring the SDGs to life? And when it comes to climate change and this process, we actually have the largest climate portfolio in the UN system. And so when we talk about mitigation and reducing emissions or adaptation, loss and damage, what we try to do is take a lot of these global discussions and what's happening at these conversations and really say, okay, how do we help countries start to deliver them on the ground? And what does it actually look like on the ground when it starts to move?
Yeah. And you are also very big and responsible, I think, for helping many, many developing countries before the agreement of the Paris Climate Agreement in 2015 to help them, in a sense, write their climate action plans. Their NDCs, as they're called, but, you know, climate action plans. I mean, without you, then there would not have been as many countries putting forward plans to decarbonize their economies. And I think this is lost sometimes in the public understanding of the UN system. Most people think of the Security Council and the complexities of that, and don't realize that you are on the ground in so many different places in the world trying to build a better future. Under, I have to say this, you can agree or not, under increasingly stressed budgets,
Yes.
So, you know, I think it's a miracle what you pull off.
Oh, thank you. We appreciate that. It certainly was. So we're on the ground in 170 countries and territories.
Yeah.
And this is something that we're really proud of, because when we talk about the climate crisis, you know, there's some countries that get a huge amount of attention, which is really important. We need the biggest economies in the world to move. We need them to be as ambitious as possible. But we also need countries that are particularly vulnerable to climate impacts, you know, small island states, least developed countries, countries that are fragile or in conflict settings. There's a lot of different scenarios where climate action has to play out, and this is something that we take very seriously. And you know, you mentioned the nationally determined contributions, and this was, you know, before 2015. You know, NDCs were it was this idea out there that was quite radical at the time. I mean, now it seems very
kind of normal
and basic and of course it's a no-brainer. But at the time, the idea of every single country in the world having a climate pledge, and that it would have mitigation, and it was very radical at the time to think about adaptation. And what we tried to do, and we did it with a number of partners that said, okay, how do we roll up our sleeves and start to do this? And we've now helped both the first generation, which was in 2015 as with Paris, and the second generation, which was 2020, 2021, submitted during COVID time. And this is something that we're very proud of, and we're now gearing up for the third generation, which will come in 2025.
When I was reading some of the documents before this climate conference, I mean, under the Paris Agreement, there was this, as it was called, the ratcheting up every so many years. But then in Glasgow at COP26 in Scotland, there was a decision that countries could or should maybe ratchet up every year, because we're getting very close to that first timetable, which is to halve emissions by 2030, or nearest damn it, halve emissions by 2030. Do you see countries at all wanting to go towards a more faster route to ambition through their national plans? Or
we do, actually. And I think, you know, when people ask me, you know, where is the hope? Where's you know, what are we seeing on the ground? Something that I go back to is that those first generation NDCs that came in 2015, when we added them up, they put us on a 3.5 degree pathway. I mean, just out of this world off. Ooh. And then 5 years later, the second generation NDC, when you added those up, they came to 2.5 degrees, still way off from where we need to be. But we shaved a full degree off. And so if we think about now the implications of that for 2025, there is a world in which two things happen. One is that we can shave another degree off in those NDCs, and that puts us at 1.5. So we could, out of these NDCs, be on a 1.5 degree pathway. The second thing is that we're now in a zone of, we need to implement all of the pledges that have already come in the door, and at the same time leverage those to be more ambitious. So for the steps that have been outlined for transforming an energy system or an agriculture system, that we build on those and make them more ambitious. And I think this is our challenge moving forward. I think countries they're seeing the opportunity in it more and more to see NDCs as investment strategies, and to see them as politically backed. And you know, and we see this here. I mean, even, you know, in Dubai, there are so many heads of state here. There are so many world leaders, and they all talk about NDCs. And so NDCs have that highest level political backing. And if we can use them as really stable signals for investment, I think there's immense opportunity in this. And I think we're seeing it more and more. And one of the things that we really want to do is help normalize that. So every single round can really help accelerate the pathway.
And also the NDCs in many ways, and even before the NDCs, I mean, this whole journey of trying to deal with climate change over many years seems to have triggered an enormous amount of human creativity. I mean, you know a little bit about We Don't Have Time. We're endlessly showcasing startups or even mainstream companies that have completely new business models. I mean, including business models now where they say, here at this COP, you've got hundreds of companies with $1 trillion in revenue saying, guys, we are decarbonizing our businesses. You have to get off fossil fuels, you know, and they're the ones that are saying to the governments, we need you to do this because this is our ship is sailing in this direction, and we don't want the winds to blow in the opposite direction, you know. So I think that the NDCs have done a lot, and even slightly pre the NDCs.
I think too, if I can also say this ability to be creative and innovative and be engaging. Artists, poets, being able to and so many of the, you know, I'm a big fan of We Don't Have Time, and I you know, so many of the groups that you feature here, and I think this also shows that you don't have to be an expert, a deep dive scientist, or an economist to care about the future, and that everybody can contribute. And I think that's something that's really important and powerful, because if people can feel like that they can contribute with what they have, and we can make that sort of chorus of voices as loud as possible, they feel the pressure, and that's important.
Well, there was a young lady on the show just before who said that 70% of the population of Ghana is youth, and I can't remember quite the wording she had, but she was effectively saying they're all behind climate action because they've been sensitized through the youth networks over the last like 6 or 7 years. And once you've got 70% of the population coming through that wants action, then it becomes politically untenable. Right, so that's also part of this journey as well.
Absolutely. And, you know, we did something called the People's Climate Vote, and we were asking people, do you think climate change is a global emergency? And if you do, what do you want your government to do about it? And we gave everyone, it was sort of 6 big categories of action. It was energy, protecting nature, protecting people, adaptation, transportation, green economy, and farms and food. And the idea was, how can we help give voice, especially to young people that in many countries may not be voting age, and or not voting with their wallet. They're not a part of the traditional workforce. And it was overwhelming. Young people were saying, we want climate action because this is our future is at stake, and we will hold the world leaders accountable for it. And I think there's a real power there that can't be underestimated.
Just looking at some of the things to do with the COP itself in particular this year. I mean, as mentioned, you know, there was this global stocktake, and okay, we're not on track. Big surprise there. I mean, this is meant to be internalizing the reality of that in hopefully a deep way. And there seem to be many things on the table, some that seem to be inspired by the COP presidency themselves, some where it seems to be certain countries backed by business and organizations like the International Energy Agency, so the phase out of fossil fuels, which of course the devil there is also in the detail. You can say you're going to phase out fossil fuels, but it has to happen sort of at least within this century, you know, so there has to be some kind of rigorous timetable. Exactly. And but we mentioned, we talked just a little bit before that, I mean, when it was agreed last year at COP27 for a fund for loss and damage, I have to say I was personally in shock, right? I was like, that was never going to fly because there were so many powerful nations that lived in fear of loss and damage as being an open checkbook, that they didn't wish to sign anything. And then suddenly it happens. Then suddenly here, some reasonable kickstart money, right, has now been put into it by the UE, Germany, Japan, UK,
US.
I mean, obviously, again, the devil's in the detail. Is it new money? Is it, we don't really know. But the signal seems to be not bad.
I think, too, these negotiations also reflect the fact that we're in a new reality on the climate crisis. And I still remember, I mean, years and years and years ago when loss and damage was advocated for, by the much of the Alliance of Small Island States, and a lot of frontline communities were coming to these talks and saying, we are losing land forever. We are losing, coastlines. We are facing extreme impacts. And I think the world kind of nodded and said, oh, okay, that's really terrible, but. Yeah. And I think now, because we're seeing, the level of drought, the level of wildfires, the level of sea level rise, we are seeing it just increase so dramatically. I think there is an acknowledgement that loss and damage is a part of our future collectively, and how we deal with that collectively can't be absent from these talks if we're taking climate change seriously. And to see, and like you, sitting there and listening to all of these countries that for years had expressed, these are red lines, we are not going to go here, no, to all of a sudden being a point where they are supporting it is, I think, a real credit to the Alliance of Small Island States, to frontline communities that have been fighting for this for a long time.
And Salim Hook.
This is his legacy. Yeah. This is really something that he was such a strong voice for, and I hope he was smiling down on it yesterday.
Yeah. Well, there's some other things happening here which are kind of interesting. The UAE wants to get what they call their global cooling pledge. This is to deal with the emissions from keeping places cool, right? Yeah. Like in a hot country like this. Yeah. So they've got something on the table that says they want to see a 68% cut in emissions from the way we cool the planet by 2050. That doesn't seem to be anything that would be too controversial and could be a positive thing.
I think something that's important about all of this, and the cooling sort of coalition is important, is these sort of very issue-specific mini coalitions that are arising for different issues. And I think that we're starting to now that one size doesn't fit all with the climate crisis. And so countries, communities have to join together. They have to be helping each other. There has to be resources available, technical expertise available. And I think we're seeing that more and more. And at this COP of declaration, and if that's going to start becoming more of a tradition at COP, that there's official agenda here, but there is momentum for it.
Yes. Strange enough, I haven't heard or didn't read a great deal about finance, which is normally a very, very noisy topic, and understandably wise. Promises that were made, promises that have not been kept, and this sort of thing. Do you think there is going to be a big finance conversation here, or is it?
I'm with you. I think that the evolution of the discussion on finance, I find very fascinating. And I actually think this year's a turning point on it, because for years, and you and I have been a part of so many of these discussions about.
Oh my God, you're reminding me now. Oh my God, Kathy.
Sorry.
How can you do that to me?
Like what's the number, right? The 100 billion.
Yeah, right.
The threshold, the pot of money that's available. And I think that there's been also an evolution now where it's not about the number, it's about the system.
Yeah.
The number needs to be a floor. The number needs to be like, yes, we need that 100 billion every year, and that should go like clockwork. Loss and damage will need hundreds of billions to be able to meet the need. And the volume is so big that really it's a conversation. And I think things like, the Bridgetown Initiative and others have sort of brought a discussion in about how do we change the system, that it can't just be about sort of a centralized pot of money, which we need, but it can't just be that. We have to restructure how debt works around the world. We have to restructure and, how the multilateral banks work.
Exactly.
We have to do all of that. Like the system has to change.
Yeah.
It's not just about that singular pot.
Yeah. I always think it's been amazing the last few years to see some of these eye-watering sums which developing countries are charged to actually loan money to install, wind turbines or do something, useful and good. And again, it may be something you don't wish to comment on, but for me, I keep looking around the multilateral system saying, so who does the de-risking, right? There are some national, what used to be sort of overseas development aid agencies, or CEDA in Sweden and others that we know of. There's got to be somebody that's got to take a slightly less banking view of these projects as whether they're bankable or not.
Yeah.
The basically less banking view, and the more like let's take a strong, financial rigor about what we're doing, but at the same time also put a bit of a bet on this as being a good idea.
Yeah. This word bankable I find so fascinating because it's kind of like how, for years we said innovation, and it was like, but there were so many different definitions of what innovation meant, and I think bankable kind of has the same thing. And we actually, in the context of NDCs, we brought together a series of investors, and we said, all right, this is a political document. This NDC, we put a bunch of them in front of them and said, this is a political document. What would it take for you to invest in this? Yeah. And it was a fascinating conversation because they said, okay, this gives a frame. It gives a very stable policy signal, which is helpful, but then it needs to be broken down into these investable bites. And the structure of it has to change, but also the systems have to change. And so, like you said, the eye-watering, cost of capital for, you can have the exact same wind farm, in a country that, in a developed country that is light years away in terms of the, the cost of capital compared to, what you have in a small island state, or
bang it in for a few percentage above bank baseline and fine. But whereas the others are paying sort of 10 times, 20
exactly.
times.
And then we wonder why isn't investment flowing to these places? And it's like, because the system is set up for it not to, and we have to change that.
And you can see where it works, because I've said this twice on a couple of recent shows, but we had somebody on from Kenya in a show, must be 9 months ago, something like that. And there, the UN was given the chance to go in and really do something special with the geothermal electricity, then with a wind farm and solar and things like that. And now Kenya's got more green energy than it can use. And now it's got some electric buses in Nairobi because they needed to find some use for the surplus in the green energy. Yeah. And it was the UN system, backed by governments, but, in a sense, bringing the capacity in and de-risking in many ways, even with the global environment facility as well, de-risking the political risk in a couple of cases. My God, you can see what can be done if actually you get everybody behind this, right?
It's limitless. And I think we have a lot to learn from countries like Kenya, from Uruguay. There's countries that have made real moves on renewable energy that the rest of the world, including many of the rich countries, can really learn from. And I think this idea of how we can make these types of investments less risky, then the conversation, it just completely opens up the opportunities.
And then the private sector comes in because they can see it's working. Exactly. And then they help expand it.
And they can see the return.
You've got a decarbonized economy and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. And you can do it in a way that is just, that is equitable, that takes care of people in that transition.
Yes.
So,
So Cassie, we're just coming to the end right now. I have to go back to Stockholm again. Yeah. It's like a game of, I was going to say cricket, but nobody knows. Actually, no, there's a lot of Indian people know what cricket is. We can say baseball too, just to keep the Americans happy. Or rounders, if you like. Rounders.
I don't know. What's rounders?
My daughter always played rounders at school. It's like baseball, but it's a smaller bat. And anyway, don't worry. So we're going to go.
Ping pong?
But look, thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you.
We're so pleased to have UNDP as a partner, and we have many shows this week with UNDP, and we're delighted.
And congrats with We Don't Have Time. We're such fans. So thank you for being here.
Where's Frankie the dinosaur? That's the only thing we're missing.
I don't know. Wandering the
Probably
hall
in the
somewhere.
bush there, looking for a dinosaur toilet. All right. Thanks very much, Cassie. And over to you, Katarina, back in Stockholm.
Well, thank you so much, Cassie and Nick from Dubai. With me here in the Stockholm studio, I have Andreas Magnusson, who's been hosting the Youth Hub here today, and also a panel here in our studio here in Stockholm, and of course, Ingmar Rentzhog, the CEO and founder of We Don't Have Time. And I'd like to get your reflections on the broadcast content today. So, Andreas, first from your perspective, which I assume is primarily the youth perspective. So, what are your thoughts about the broadcast today?
Oh, we've had a great day in the Youth Hub, and we've watched quite a lot of the broadcast Ukraine session and the intro today as well, to get that, backbone in the Youth Hub going, so we can feel grounded in continuing tomorrow and onwards during the COP days that we have in front of us. And I have this book. It's my notebook now for the days, because I get so many input from the youth in the hub. So I have Doris Lessing here, Nobel Peace Laureate. And what I have to say basically is that it's so fantastic from all of the youth in the hub. We have, from Nigeria to Zambia to Kenya to Indonesia, people from everywhere, and it's amazing having those conversations going, and it's really inspiring as well. What I am going to tips about is that you, of course, should come join us in the hub at any time, because it will be here all days.
Tell the audience in the camera, how do you join?
Which one? That one. All right, look here. So you join by going to wedon'thavetime.org at COP28, /COP28. And then you scroll down, and down there is going to be Future Voices Youth Empowerment Hub. And there you register. And it's great. And also, just below that, we have a collaboration with one of our partners, Youth for Planet. And there, it's going to be a QR code, which if you scan, you can send in questions to delegates and people at COP. And that's, I think, something we all should do. It's great. So for all the young people, I hope to see you over the next coming days.
Great, Andreas. So lots of great content and input from the Youth Hub. And it's really crucial, and that your voice is being heard all the time. Thanks so much, Andreas.
Thank you.
And Ingmar, your perspective on the day, please.
It's so many things that have been discussed, but what gets stuck with me is the start of the show when we talked about ending fossil fuel. And that is starting to become the talking point on the ground in Dubai. And I think that the move, I think big oil, they kind of, now we have the COP meeting on our own turf, so we can kind of control this. It's not the smartest move, because you can't hide the discussion on oil if you have a COP meeting in an oil country. So I think they have done us all the biggest favor of it all. So I would like to show a little bit.
Please go ahead. We have some displays over there that I think the camera can follow you, so we can see what's happening on this side with Ingmar, and because we do, of course, have lots of input on the platform all the time, right? And let's share what's happening on the platform, on the wedon'thavetime.org platform.
Yes, I wanted to start with talk a little bit about our campaign, the We Can Do It. We have a new campaign called We Can Do It End Fossil. And this is to amplify all those voices that are now getting in on the same page to say the same message. The time for fossil fuel is over. We need an end date now. And there's so many initiatives out there. So we have gathered the biggest ones, and we have a support page. It's a little bit like a fan club. So you can be part of this if you go to wecandoit.com/endfossil. And what you have on top of this page is how many different actors that are supporting ending fossil fuel already. And we're going to see those numbers increasing during COP. So today is 8 nation states that are calling for ending fossil fuel. It's 95 cities It's 2,200 organizations and over 600,000 individuals, all supporting the non-fossil fuel treaty or any other initiative calling for a phasing out. And it's not just countries, cities and individuals, it's also businesses. And here we have a lot of zeros. Today it's over 200 global companies supporting ending fossil fuel. I mean, they're using the fossil fuel, but they want to end it. It's like a drug addict. They want to become sober. And it's staggering $1.5 trillion in turnover together that are demanding this. I really hope to see this increasing. Before COP, it was 1 trillion. So it's already increased 500 billion. And to just showcase what's happening in the app, we have also in the app, you can download and we don't have time. We have a lot of discussion going on. You can read about what's happening at COP. We have our professor that are live blogging from COP that you can follow the negotiation and what's happening on the ground. We have also a lot of things, our community talking about negative things like UA plan to strike oil deals during COP28. It's a little bit like Breaking Bad. You have a conference talking about getting sober and you're selling drugs at that conference. If this is true, it's not necessary, we don't know that. So it's a lot of propaganda. So the COP president have said that they have not doing this, so I hope to believe him. Actually, I do. But anyway, it's also good news like a climate love to the European Union Parliament because they want to join the fossil fuel treaty. So those nation states are not just small countries, it's the European Union now supporting this. That's very interesting. So it's a lot of hope in the app, actually.
Well, thank you very much, Ingmar. Thank you so much. We're going to conclude this broadcast now. And tomorrow's focus is on the World Climate Action Summit, like it was today. So we're continuing many of the conversations we began today, including a second fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty session. And we'll also have a second We Don't Have Time Youth Hub. So you'll be back tomorrow again, Andreas. Excellent. However, we're also going to be enjoying some sessions covering the We Mean Business Coalition, including several of its members who signed a letter calling for an end to fossil fuels at COP28. This is one of the part of this campaign, of course, and fossil fuels. We're also going to have our first session hosted by Exponential Roadmap Initiative, where we'll be looking at accelerating corporate climate action through recognition and accountability. So this will be the end of the live broadcast for today, but please stay tuned. We're going to leave you with a few more voices from the COP, featuring a number of high-level speakers from the UN Climate Conference. And we will also be highlighting what the youth want to know about COP28 through a number of presenters and journalists who are themselves youths in Dubai, and will be their questions. They will bring their questions to the present, and they will be the present. They will be the delegates of the future, of course, and they're now present in the COP at Dubai. A lot of present here. So look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Bye bye for now.
Hello, We Don't Have Time is here in the Media Center in the Blue Zone at COP28 in Dubai. And I'm thrilled to have with me in studio Dr. Martin Edlund, and that's the best pronunciation I'm going to get as a native English speaker. But please tell our audiences how to correctly pronounce your name. And you are the CEO of Minesto. And tell us a little bit about this company that you run.
Thank you. It's nice to be here. I'm responsible for an ocean renewable energy company called Minesto, based out of Sweden and the UK. And we have quite an exciting innovation that converts the energy from ocean currents and tidal currents into electricity.
That is very cool. And there's so much talk here at COP28 already about oceans and water and the role that water is playing in the energy transition. So a little bit more about that would be really interesting for the audience.
I think it's if you look at Earth from space, you will see a blue planet, 80% oceans. And most of those oceans are in movements because of the rotation of Earth, because of differences in weather systems and climates. And this means that there is a lot of kinetic energy in the oceans. And it's probably the best known innovation in the world that we sit on in how to convert this kinetic energy into electricity. And there is an abundance of this resource, and it's entirely untapped today on Earth.
What made you realize the potential for this? We hear a lot about land-based options, wind, solar. What made you look to the ocean?
I think it's, water is heavy, and that it's so much water in movement, and the fact that this resource is plannable. The established renewables, they are more stochastic. You can't plan perfectly, so you need a lot of overcapacity. But for ocean currents, you get a baseload renewable. So they actually exist. There's a lot of complaints that baseload renewables do not exist, but they do. Our technology harvests energy from a baseload source. And the tidal source is intermittent but highly plannable. So I think those aspects of it makes it a very, very good complementary asset.
It makes it very attractive. And if you're looking in the right place, and the answer's there, and you've dug it out. So what is the landscape like for where your company operates? Are there additional innovations that are happening in your sector? Are there other? Is there enough movement in pursuing this attractive option for the transition to renewable energy?
There are several actors searching solutions, basically, let's say, submerged windmills or horizontal axis turbines. The drawback there is that they're really heavy, and they tend to need rather high currents to work. So I'd say that we are looking into areas of the world where no one else is looking into them today. But this sector, it's like building a new industry, basically. And what's really needed is more strong industrial players in marine operations, in infrastructure installations, to really speed up the transition. So the core technologies, they're in place. Right. And now we're working hard to bring larger players, larger project investments in to really move forward.
So perhaps that explains partly your reason for coming to COP28. What are you hoping to accomplish yourself for your company? And then bigger picture, we'll come to the bigger picture, but first, where do you see Minesto in this landscape here?
First, it's a great opportunity to get exposure and tell the world about those solutions. And the whole agenda here is about solution, action. So we're invited as a member of the Swedish delegation here in the Blue Zone to show that there are solutions. With a little bit of a push in the right direction, we will fix the energy systems much quicker and in a much more affordable way than I think that the general public understands.
Because this transition to renewable energy is critical generally to get to a low carbon economy, right? Let's talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, it's a no-brainer that the transformation of the energy system is the core or the backbone of the whole fight against climate change. We can do everything else, we go into EVs and we swap out to non-carbon steel production, but it all takes a lot more electric energy. And if the electricity isn't clean, we're getting nowhere.
Right. And Where do you see the innovation in the particular clean source that you are putting forward? Where does that fit in the taxonomy of what that renewable energy portfolio is going to look like?
Well, it's going to be a base load component.
That's major.
Yeah, in so many markets where there is that ocean resource around the corner, and it's also localized energy, of course. So any economy with ocean currents and tidal currents around the coastlines will own a sustainable energy source forever. I think it's also good from other sustainability aspects that we create local jobs.
Right. And what do you need in terms of infrastructure to support further advancement? So we talked about needing additional actors in this space. You're here for exposure. You're here to meet others that could be of help. I'm talking in terms of policy, and we're talking about multilateral policy here. So what do you want to see in terms of multilateral policy at the global level that will ultimately benefit your sector and your company? And then what are you hoping in terms of more specific sort of relationships with private sector to help build that infrastructure that will help your company flourish?
Yeah, I think we need to have both policy and industry and the private sector working together in this. And it's really about pushing into uncharted territories in many ways. How do you lease seabed? How do you secure this asset, and also how do you map it? One of the most important things is to get a detailed understanding of exactly where the best locations are. And for us as a company with 60 employees, Sweden, UK, we cannot afford to do that analysis on a global scale. So we need that partnership. We also need effective environmental legislation for environmental impact assessments, so we can start building and then monitoring, not being asked to provide evidence before we have made the installations. It's like proving a negative, which is difficult.
Got it. I love that. We're going to end on that note, because you just captured the whole essence of why companies come to COP28. It's to build that relationship and to get the policy support to really bring these innovations to commercial viability. So thank you for your role in all of this and what you're doing, and you're ushering in the renewable energy transition. So please keep fighting the good fight, and thank you for being a partner of We Don't Have Time. Dr. Martin Edlund, and pronounce it correctly for all the Swedes that are tuning.
Martin Edlund, my name.
Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm here in the Media Center at COP28, and I'm thrilled to have this conversation today with Avantika Seeth, who is the communications coordinator of the African Climate Reality Project. I'm actually surrounded by climate reality leaders here, and it's even our origin story, so it's a thrill to have you come and share a little bit about yourself and your experiences with this project. So we just watched this incredible video. Tell us why. Tell us firstly a little bit more about you, about climate reality for some of our audience that might not be familiar, and then we'll get into the video.
Sure, thanks Seeth. I'm Avantika, and I'm at the African Climate Reality Project, which is the Africa branch of the Climate Reality Project. The Africa branch was started in 2014, so next year we actually celebrate a decade of being around, which is fantastic. We work with over 2,000 trained climate reality leaders across the continent, and we really focus on training and upskilling and helping to support the climate reality leaders with their various projects that they have on the ground in terms of helping to mitigate the effects of climate change within their own communities.
I love that, and the fact that you're representing Africa. I mean, Africa is such a critical continent for all things related to climate impacts, and there's so much youth activity that's happening there, and there's so much potential to mobilize further activity. So it's a very significant role that you are playing given the representation of this continent and the bigger landscape. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, you're absolutely correct. Africa is a young continent. There is a lot of potential. People are hungry for change, for improvement. The young minds on the continent are really spearheading innovative practices in their communities. We see the consciousness that they hold in their daily choices that they make. And we're just really grateful to be a part of assisting in this movement. It's just great to be a part of this.
And so tell us a little bit about the video that we just saw, because a lot of this is tied to that, because you have really excited young people that are contributing their their expertise and their passions to really seeing innovation and solutions to commercial viability. So tell us about these kinds of efforts that are being made on the ground.
Sure. So the video that we saw was actually part of a storytelling component of a report that was released by the Fair Finance Coalition of Southern Africa. And I'll just show it to the camera briefly, okay? It's called Living in Medupi's Shadows, Stories from Lephalale. The Fair Finance Coalition of Southern Africa is made up of 7 NGOs, of which the African Climate Reality Project is a part of. The coalition focuses on development finance flows into Southern Africa. So the video is a storytelling component because it focuses on the gender aspect of the community of Lephalale, which is the community which surrounds the Medupi coal-powered station in the Limpopo province of South Africa. And essentially, it speaks to the challenges that are grappling the community. This particular video speaks to the challenges which women face. The community is young. There's unemployment which is rife. They've been left with severe socioeconomic challenges, health challenges, and really what we're trying to do through these videos is share their story, because this is their story to tell from the report. It's a testimony to the challenges that they have.
You have several videos associated with this, right? Tell us a little bit about the additional aspects of these challenges that you've highlighted through visual communications.
So the second video that we've got is it showcases the health challenges. So Medupi is a coal-powered station, and the community that surrounds the station has been afflicted by major health challenges. There's eyesight issues, there's respiratory challenges, the water has been polluted, there's no access to clean and sanitary water. So essentially the entire ecosystem which surrounds the Medupi power station is just a hotbed for these challenges which the community faces. The third video which we have done showcases the socioeconomic challenges, so things like unemployment. There has been no financial gain or benefit to the community from the Medupi power station. The power station was funded by the World Bank, the African Development Bank, and the New Development Bank, but we have seen no financial flow really benefiting the community, and essentially this is what we are trying to create awareness around.
So this is how you do it. You do it through campaigns, you do it through video communications, you do it through interviews like this, being partners with us at We Don't Have Time. How is it going? What's been the impact of the campaign so far?
Yeah, so it was very important for us to be able to relay the story to the public, to create the awareness. It wasn't just about creating a report and then putting it out there, because so often, organizations and institutions might just create a report, but it doesn't get the leverage that it deserves. Because we're talking about people's lives here, we led a media campaign, a media launch on this report, which was launched in the community, which we took back to the community on the 1st of September. Prior to that, we also empowered the community with a media training program so that they could articulate the problems and challenges which they are facing, which is documented in the report. We held a photo exhibition, so it was important for us to also showcase visually through photos the challenges which the community members face. We've got a photo book that we also put together, and we managed to get media coverage nationally across South Africa. So that was a great win for us.
That's fantastic. Let's circle back to the questions I was asking about how to engage the youth and how to mobilize those that want to contribute something to the climate crisis. So obviously the community itself is very involved in this. How do you also include those that have been trained through climate reality and are generally interested and passionate about getting behind and supporting these kinds of projects? How do you get them involved?
Sure. So we recently just had our climate reality training in Ghana, which took place in October. And so that was fantastic because we managed to train, I think, around 600 to 700 new climate reality leaders. And they are going to be going on the ground located across West Africa. We really, as the Africa branch, we host a series of trainings, workshops, education, awareness campaigns. We have 2 campaigns that we focus on, which is public finance and climate literacy. So it's really about education. The public finance component is educating our communities about the importance of public finance, fair finance, making sure that they understand how finance deals work. Is there any benefit that they get from it? Are the funders being held accountable? Are there any measurements or tracking systems in place in order to ensure that targets are met? So that's part of our public finance campaign. And then we've got our climate literacy campaign, which really focuses more on the groundwork within the communities in terms of educating them on the effects of climate change and what they can do in their own communities. The youth are super involved in this. We see more and more young people coming on board. They are more aware of what is happening in their environments, in their communities, and they are really the ones that are spearheading these innovative practices.
So what more? It sounds like you're doing so much. You clearly have built up this community. You're supporting communities on the ground. You build up communities of young leaders, not just young, across the entire spectrum, that want to be more involved and get more engaged. This is enough, no? Or is there more to be done still?
You know, I think it's just the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot to be done here. We're sitting here at the UN Climate Summit, and we see so much that still needs to take place. You know, Africa is one of the least contributors to emissions and global emissions, but we suffer the harshest consequences. And so with that said, it's important for us to continue negotiating, campaigning, creating awareness, because there's a lot that needs to be done. We are a resource-rich continent, and our resources have been plundered, and we are now facing the negative effects and consequences, and climate change is affecting us left, right, and center. So we continue the hard work, but we do it with passion and we do it with hope.
And what are you hoping to see come out of, final words in the last 30 seconds, what do you hope to see come out of COP28 for Africa?
Yeah, so for Africa, we want to see adaptation move higher up on the agenda. That's very important to us. We believe that there's still a lot of work to be done from an adaptation point of view. We know that there's been some commitments to the Loss and Damage Fund, which was part of our key priorities. So we're grateful for that, but I think it's just a step in the right direction. There's more to be added to that. And yeah, we really want commitments from developing nations in order to ensure that Africa faces the empowerment that is needed.
From your lips to the ears of those that are negotiating as we speak here at COP28. Thank you so much, Avantika. Keep fighting the good fight.
Thank you, Seeth.
I am here in the Media Center at COP28, hosted by the UAE. And with me is Laurent Freixe, the CEO of Zone Latin America for Nestlé. And we were just talking about Nestlé, incredible multinational company headquartered out of Vive. But you run Latin America. Tell us a little bit about your role at Nestlé.
So I'm leading Latin America, which is one of the fastest growing zones. It's an important one in many respects. The consumer business on the one hand, but it's also a region where many of the agricultural commodities that we are using are grown up. This is the largest area for coffee growing, Brazil #1 by far. Cocoa is important, dairy, sugar, soy. So it's a very, very important region to supply the world. And it's also very important in terms of the ecosystems, with some of the most precious ecosystems, Amazonia, for instance. So the region is very, very relevant and very critical in many respects. The business side and also the ecological side.
No, fair enough. And that's partly why we're going to see the COP take place in a couple years in that part of the world. So we look forward to that.
Yeah.
And generally as a company, so Latin America is a very critical region. Generally as a company, how does it contribute to the bigger mission of what Nestlé hopes to achieve, which is net zero? And when do you hope to achieve net zero as a company? How are you going to actually determine success?
Yeah, so net zero is definitely one of our core targets. This is the North Star. We want to achieve that by 2050. It's not easy, obviously. It requires a big transformation, especially that commitment contains Scope 3. Scope 3 is what is all the ingredients that account for. Yeah, they account for more than 70% of our CO2 footprint. So we're embarked on that transformation. As the region is a big provider of agricultural raw material, we are working with the millions of farmers across Latin America, big farms, smallholders, and it's a society, it's an economic, and it's a business transformation, and we want to look at it holistically, not only at the climate. We need to save the planet. We got only one planet, but we want to save the people also that are living on the planet. So the social dimension is also very, very critical to us. and we are looking at that end to end. I'm very pleased with one thing, that increasingly in the discussions, in the narrative, we talked about the youth. We talk about the youth as agent of the change, are critical for the change. The planet is young. Median age is below 30 years of age. 10 years ago already we launched a global youth initiative because we thought that youth had a role to play in that transformation. And one of our platforms is an entrepreneurship platform, but we also an agripreneurship platform, because we believe that to make the transformation we need the young generation.
Absolutely. I mean, these are the generations that are going to be experiencing the impacts ultimately, right?
Exactly.
So where in Latin America is, where do you sit in Latin America?
Well, we are operating in all the countries. We got factories in 15 countries, so we got a really deep footprint. And we work with farmers, millions of farmers across Latin America, in the cocoa supply chain, in the coffee supply chain, in the dairy supply chain, soy, sugar, so working in everywhere.
Tell us some more success stories. So the youth campaign that you just described, what additional progress have you made in Latin America? What about country-specific case studies, if you can think of any, or kind of bigger picture that Nestlé is proud of?
So I guess one of the key topics, and it's part of the declaration of the UAE, to recognize the role of sustainable agriculture and resilient food systems. So we are extremely active on that. We took the commitment to source 20% of our ingredients from regenerative agriculture by 25 and 50% by 2030. We are half the way already to 2025, so we are making a transformation. We are working with the farmers on the ground. It's a big transformation process for them to change practices that they have applied for decades. We are providing technical assistance. We are providing microfinancing, micro-insuring. We provide also long-term contracting to give them a security. And I got very interesting data points, which is Brazil, where we did assessment of what was the situation, and we work with 150 farms to measure impacts of moving to regenerative agriculture. The outcome is that, and this is the good news, the outcome is that the cost of a farm which is applying all the metrics, all the practices, the costs are 8% down and the profitability is 4% up. So there is a lot of talking about the transition, financing the transition, but the good news is that it is supporting income, and we need to think, of course, of farmers' income. It's supporting the income, making the farms more resilient, so it's also good for the income long term, and supports quality as well.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you for giving that example of why food and agriculture is being talked about so much, especially at this COP, and why it's so important, and a real example that Nestlé is supporting in Brazil. So thank you for sharing that. And there's a lot of bigger picture conversations happening, dialogues happening, negotiations happening. And this is a multilateral event that we're at, this COP, that the UNFCCC is hosting. So what is the role of private companies in this? And how do you help the public sector make all of these talks and discourse and a lot of conversation actually become a reality? So how will you help bring these like the Food System Declaration, how will you help bring that to life?
Well, look, I think the great thing with the platform is that brings the limelight to the issue, creates awareness, but it's also a collaborative platform. So by design and embedded, there is this idea that all the actors of the transformation have a place and have a seat at the table. And of course, we believe that we need to have a seat at the table. We can contribute to the transformation. We can lead the transformation. Thinking food systems, we are connected with the farmers. We are transformers. We are connecting with the distributors, with the retailers, and with the consumers. The consumers also have a critical role to play. One thing to keep in mind is that 1/3 of the food produced is wasted. That's also a big challenge in terms of food security on the one hand, but also in terms of sustainability. What has been produced with water, with natural resources, 1/3 of it is wasted. So those are emissions also that are wasted. Working across the value chain, working with the consumers, to reduce that is also a massive contribution. So yes, I believe that the private sector has to have a seat at the table, and it should be the driving seat.
Well, you are a massive multinational company. You are controlling Latin America in 2 years. All of this will be in Latin America. It will be in Brazil. So if we fast forward to 2 years and look back, what do you hope will have been accomplished by 2030? And what do you think in 2030 the big areas of focus will be out of Brazil?
Well, Brazil is very, very important because it touches all the dimensions. This is one of the largest economies. For us, it's the third largest market globally. After the US and China comes Brazil. There is the dimension of the ecosystem. There is the dimension of the production of raw materials. There is a transformation. So you got all the components in Brazil. We got also large farms. There is a lot of money invested in the sector, which is also good. So look, what I would like to see is that those 20% of supply from regenerative agriculture practices, not only a reality, but something that we will have overtaken. We would like to see the food systems in the limelight and making a contribution. We would like to see food waste reduced, and we would like to see livelihoods improved. This is a very, very important dimension. One of the critical issues the planet is facing is, of course, to move to sustainable practices, but also to keep farmers motivated to stay in the rural area and to contribute to regenerative landscape and to contribute to the transformation.
Well, thank you for your private sector contribution to that grand effort, and we hope that this COP will move us in the right direction. Laurent, it was a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you for being
Likewise.
a partner of We Don't Have Time, and keep fighting the good fight. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Stocktake is a stark reminder of the reality we face, a rapidly closing window of opportunity to secure a livable and sustainable future for all.
COP28 is our chance to urgently change the direction of travel using the global stocktake as our roadmap. We need to bring the whole of society on this journey.
As first movers and leaders, we're working together to catalyze action towards the most impactful climate solutions.
But for us all to move faster, we need political leaders and policymakers to provide more policy incentives that implement zero emissions.
The future we are choosing is pollution-free and transforming all our systems that drive the real economy.
In fact, change is happening faster than we think.
We've seen exponential progress in clean energy technologies, and electric vehicles could account for 2/3 of car sales by 2030.
With over 12,500 members in the race to zero, businesses, investors, cities, regions, and others
are leading the way to halving emissions by 2030 and are already turning their climate pledges into plans.
We are on our way to actually deliver to the 6.5 billion euro investment goal into renewable energy.
The world will fail to achieve a just and green transition without sufficient, efficient, and fair flows of finance, particularly in developing countries.
And we must remember that in pursuit of a net zero resilient world, we should put people and nature first.
We, as business leaders, are aligning our advocacy with net zero goals.
And we're changing our business models. Of the world's largest 2,000 publicly listed companies, half have set 2050 net zero targets.
We as finance leaders are supporting governments to turbocharge the transition.
For example, sustainable bond issuance has totaled $109 billion so far in 2023, higher than full-year issuance in any other year on record.
私たちは都市や地域のリーダーとして地域の気候行動を実現する革新的な政策を実行しております。京都市は2030年陰性部門
In my city, we have successfully adopted climate actions for almost 20 years. We have switched to 100% electricity from renewable sources for all of our operations.
We don't have time to wait. Later is too late.
We are ready to support ambitious policy incentives and work in collaboration with governments on national climate action plans due in 2025.
We are calling on you, political leaders,
for courageous leadership at COP28.
Medupi power plant, it was mainly for men to get opportunities. Reason being, it was less of women getting opportunities for employment.
I can say it's tough because I can see young girls at my age, many dropped out because of poverty, trying to find a way on getting some cash so that they can do something for living. And we are experiencing a lot of teenage pregnancy also. And this is overwhelming when you realize that you have finished matric but you can't get any job.
For me, I feel that the project could have done more on supporting women. And what can be done now is to do a damage control. If there are community projects that are sustaining communities' lives in that way, then we'll be saying it's a benefit from Medupi and making sure communities have something to show that here is the project, a mega project, but we have benefit.
This is transmission attempt number 48. My name is Agustin Ocaña, and I'm transmitting from Ecuador in the year 2050. A country born by the lack of decision-making. Over the years, I have seen my hometown, my country, my land transform. I can't believe we lost cacao as our national plant. Now it's just growing in labs. We cannot harvest it anymore. The floods and the plagues make it impossible for us. The jungle, the Amazon, is covered by acid rain, and Galapagos is drowning every year due to sea level rising. I could go on for hours, but we don't have time. The strange thing is that these things are happening right now, in your time, in 2023, in your backyard. Time is running out. The choices world leaders make today will affect the world we live tomorrow. The future is now.